telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
Reforms and investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups, while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Reforms and investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Reforms and investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high...
Good morning. Please take your seat so we can kick off the BEF 2026. Welcome to Brussels and a very, very warm welcome to the 2026 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum. It's wonderful to see a packed room.
The Brussels Economic Forum has been going strong for more than 25 years now, and it is set in stone in the annual diary as the moment to reflect on the world's second largest economy after the United States.
Absolutely. This is your annual appointment with the European economy, and I'm Maeve McMahon, and I'm thrilled to be with you for the occasion. Welcome. Great to have you all here. So now that everyone is formally seated, we would like to kick off once more the BEF 2026, because of course, it's not just about the people in the room, Sasha, it's about all those viewing online here in Brussels, across the continent, and of course, the globe.
And on this note, let's do that. Let's begin the Brussels Economic Forum 2026.
Good morning and welcome to Brussels, to the Brussels Economic Forum, the 2026 edition. This is, of course, your annual rendezvous with the European economy.
The Brussels Economic Forum has been going on for more than 25 years. It is amazing to see some of the familiar faces, the Brussels Economic Forum regulars or veterans, and those of you for whom this is the first time. This is indeed a very important moment in this diary as we are talking and setting up the agenda as we reflect on the, as we said, the world's second largest economy after the United States.
And I'm Maeve Mahan from Euronews, and I'm thrilled to be with you today and to see so many of you packed into this wonderful egg here in Brussels, and of course those of you joining us online.
My name is Sasha Vakulina, and together with May, we are going to be co-hosting this year's edition, and thank you very much for allowing us to do so.
We're, of course, Euronews, the media partner for this year's Brussels Economic Forum. So a big hello as well to all our regular viewers tuning in on the live stream and on Euronews. And a special warm welcome to our dignitaries and all our speakers here in the room. A little bit later, we'll be hearing from the Commissioner, Valdis Dombrovskis, and also from the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Luc Frieden. So thank you so much, gentlemen, as well, for being with us here. But now it's time to find out more about this year's theme.
Indeed. What are we going to be talking about today during the whole day? With the economy wading through some choppy waters now, with all the last-minute shocks from the war in Iran, this year's theme actually focuses on a rather long-term matter: artificial intelligence. Despite current affairs and the fast-moving geopolitics, AI is and has already been reshaping industries, redefining the way we all work and innovate. So this year's theme is the EU's AI economy in the global stage.
Correct. Today, we will be diving right into the sphere of the global AI race and asking how Europe can catch up with what literally is a sprint. We've got an array of economists, politicians, and esteemed experts who'll be coming up here, joining us on the stage, pondering the role of the European Union in trying to create an AI economy that works for all, for every single European out there.
Indeed, precisely on this, we're going to be debating all day long what should be the rules of this race and ask if there are even rules at the first place. Should there be rules at first place? Should Europe be just another competitor on the one insisting this race has guardrails? And how do we ensure that it serves everyone and not just a few? So let's begin. The forum is on and the race is also on.
It is indeed. Let's get cracking. Let's get down to it because, of course, we can see the tech giants are already setting the rules of the game. So we need to hear how Europe can keep up and, of course, adhere to its values and its standards. As I said, we have expertise and insights all throughout the day, but we want to hear from you.
Indeed. And those of you who are joining online on the stream and here on the Brussels Economic Forum, please do reach out. There are various means to do that, and we're looking forward to getting your questions and your comments and everything that's going to be going on here on stage. Now, how to do so? If you're going to social media, please do use the hashtag EUBEF26. You could see it also on screen. I believe you can also find it on all of your badges and your accreditations. You can also use Slider, and that's a very important tool for those of you who have been already at the Brussels Economic Forum the previous years. You know that we are using it a lot, and this is our way of hearing your thoughts, your comments, and to get your questions to all of the speakers on stage.
Absolutely. And now to set some context for the day and also hear what's in store on the programme, I'd like to now invite up Martin Verhey, that is, of course, the Director General of DG ECFIN, the European Commission department that organises the annual BEF. And this, of course, is the 26th edition, Martin, so we're very excited to see you back here again. So please, dear guests, put your hands together for Martin Verhey.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of DG ECFIN, a warm welcome to the Brussels Economic Forum. DG ECFIN has been organizing the Brussels Economic Forum for now over a quarter of a century, and for a quarter of a century the Brussels Economic Forum has been more than just a conference. The forum brings together political leaders, business innovators, civil society, academics and trade unions, in short, thinkers and doers that shape our economy. It has been a place, and it continues to be a place, where ideas take shape, debates spark action, and where the future of Europe's economy is discussed and shaped. Since its first edition, the Brussels Economic Forum has grown, and certainly grown in size and in attendance and attention. But it has also adapted to new formats, to bolder topics, fresh voices, and today a new visual identity. And yet, the essence of the forum has never changed. And to those of you that have returned year after year, be it here in the room or online, I say thank you, because it's your engagement that has made the Brussels Economic Forum to what it is today. So today we discuss a topic that continues to make headlines, that is already changing our daily routines, that is transforming our industry, the labor market, the AI revolution. And the central question indeed is, how can Europe benefit from AI's transformative power while staying true to its values of fairness, inclusion, and human-centered progress? To discuss the economic opportunities and challenges of AI, we have the pleasure to start today's meeting with two extraordinary keynote speakers. First, a warm welcome to Prime Minister Frieden of Luxembourg, and also to the Nobel laureate Philippe Aghion, who will set the stage for the discussion ahead. Commissioner Dombrovskis. Commissioner Dombrovskis will then open our first panel on how to build an AI economy that creates growth, but also works for everybody and leaves no one behind. And it will be followed this afternoon by a second panel debating Europe's place in the global AI race. Because the future demands bold thinking, our Visions for Europe session will feature 3 TED-style talks on AI's role in the economic evolution, the future of work and sustainability. And of course, no Brussels Economic Forum would be complete without our traditional Oxford-style debate. So on all of these topics, I'm looking forward to stimulating debates and to hearing your views, whether you're here in the room or online. And with this, I wish you all a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin, for giving us a little peek there in what is in store for what you can see will be an action-packed BEF 2026 right here for all of you in the room, and of course those joining online. And do get in touch as well. Share your thoughts on social media using that hashtag EUBEF26. But now, we heard the word inspiration mentioned in your speech there, and that's exactly where our next speaker comes in. He brings a wealth of knowledge in the field of economics, leadership, and is also a lawyer by trade. Since 2023, he's also the Prime Minister of Luxembourg. That's a country that has been spearheading AI-driven innovation, from fintech to sustainable finance. So please, dear guests, put your hands together for the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Mr. Luc Frieden.
Good morning to all of you. Commissioner Dombrovskis, dear Valdis, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the organizers of the Brussels Economic Forum. I've been here many times before being Prime Minister, and each time you choose the right topic. And I think AI is really a topic of the time, and AI is here to stay. It's not just a topic of the day, a trend. It is not just another technological cycle. It is clearly something that will drive fundamental transformation, that will redefine there's water, that will redefine our economies and societies in profound ways. So that transformation brings about tremendous opportunities. New ways to research and innovate. It brings about new ways to develop products and services. It brings about new ways to improve well-being and drive progress. Thank you very much. That helps. So, if we see what all that can bring about, the question, in my view, is not whether Europe participates in this new technology, but it is how we do that. And when I look at our political debate, we often frame the global race as one between the United States and China when it comes to AI. But Europe, in my view, is not destined to be third. We can lead if we act together. And I would say we must lead, because we need artificial intelligence of Europe, by Europe, and for Europe, if I may borrow in this context an American expression. An AI of Europe, because I think we need an artificial intelligence that reflects our uniquely European values. Because if AI will ultimately come to influence all spheres of life, then I believe it must align with our way of life and not with the way of life of other continents, especially at a time where they differ. Europe is known throughout the world for its values and principles. We know them. Freedom, democracy, rule of law. That's why we believe in Europe. And that is the soft power, if not the real power, of Europe. And the use of AI must, of course, be grounded in those values. When journalists, and a nice some of them are here today, when journalists use AI tools to write press articles, they must do so in line with the freedom of press and freedom of expression. When social media companies use AI tools to define their algorithms, they must do so without harming our democratic societies. When doctors use AI tools to do medical research, they must respect, in our continent, ethical principles. Because progress needs purpose, and technological breakthroughs need meaning. That will not change, and that should not change. And when we speak of AI, we tend to focus on the word intelligence, and we sometimes forget the word artificial. Yet, what we implicitly say is, when we speak of AI, is it lacks the human touch. An AI of Europe does not and should not replace humans. It should help humans to be more efficient and also to make, therefore, better decisions. But humans, at the end of the day, still decide. Humans are central to making the AI revolution a success. And that is where Europe's most intrinsic value comes in: human dignity. The conviction that every person possesses inherent worth and value simply by being human. If we want to build such an AI of Europe, one grounded in our European values, it must then also be an AI by Europe. If not, we risk that the AI solutions we adopt are based on other values, especially in an increasingly competitive international environment. But what does that mean in AI by Europe. First, in our view, AI cannot remain an entirely unregulated environment. This does not mean regulating details until there's no room left for innovation. It means providing some general guardrails that keep AI solutions within a space that is aligned with our values. We need to combine regulation with innovation, not over-regulation, guardrails. Second, we need AI to be developed by Europeans, by European universities, research centers, implemented by European companies and made possible by European capital. I will get back later on how we can achieve that. But the fundamental objective is clear. Europe needs to be a producer of AI solutions for the entire world, not a laggard that adopts solutions developed by others. Because that is the ultimate question of today's AI race. It is about sovereignty, European sovereignty. And that is what I mean by artificial intelligence for Europe. Sovereignty is not just about borders. Yes, it is often about that, especially these days. But to be sovereign, what does that mean? It really means that you can make your own choices. And in an AI age, that freedom comes with control. Control over data, control over infrastructure, control over models. And the real questions there are, who holds the data? Who operates the cloud? Who builds the models? If the answers to those questions lie outside Europe, sensor will be our future. Don't get me wrong. I don't want a fortress Europe, neither on this topic nor on anything else. But pushing for European champions in strategic fields such as AI is not protectionist. It is a pro-competition argument, as we need a European alternative that can compete with foreign companies in our single market. And then the question, of course, is what needs to be done to ensure that our destiny remains in our hands, that we remain sovereign also when it comes to AI. What actions are needed to ensure Europe shapes the future rather than the other way around? In my view, that success depends mainly on three things. First, the scale at which citizens and companies in Europe adopt AI solutions. Secondly, the speed with which we enable them to do so. And third, the ability to mobilize public and private investments. A word first on AI adoption. We are talking a lot about that, but today, but it's not too late, today there are very few companies, or governments for that matter, that have fully integrated AI solutions into their core operations. If this doesn't change, we may well build gigafactories, but they risk remaining ghost factories with no customers. Governments, in my view, can lead the way by stimulating demand through their own procurement. And that is why I also welcome the EU Commission's call on EU institutions to procure sovereign cloud services. I'm particularly happy that my country, Luxembourg companies were among those selected to deliver on that call. This is an important milestone because it leads the way by showing private companies the possibilities. It awards valuable contracts to local champions, and it creates demands that in turn drives supply. And because European ecosystems delivered on the call, this, in my view, is more than procurement. This is Europe building its capacity to act, with actors like the Luxembourg Post Telecom, Clever Cloud and OVH Cloud, with Stag IT, with Scaleway, with Proximus, Clarence, Mistral AI. But for all those positives, it still remains insufficient. We need more member states and more companies to follow on the same track. And that brings me to my second priority, next to scale. That is speed. Progress and innovation are rarely linear and never predictable. AI doesn't reward perfectionists. It rewards the fast, those who try, fail, and try again. And while Europe loves plans, and sometimes that is good and a certain predictability, we need to realize that our competitors deploy first and refine later. Where we see in Europe sometimes failure as the end of progress, they see it as part of progress. So let's dispel the myth of the perfect AI strategy. Drop the pen, roll up our sleeves, and get going. Because speed matters in more ways than just one. Speed is relevant to get the data faster than the others. And if you develop the first AI model in the sector, you set the standards, log in customers, and also shape the global norms. So again, speed is relevant. And speed also attracts talents. We know that. The best engineers and researchers do not join hesitant bureaucracies. They join the fast-moving teams. And this is the speed element that we need if we want to succeed in AI. We need to set aggressive deployment targets in the public sector for AI. We need to create sandbox exemptions for AI startups. And we need to reward execution, not just planning. And the third priority for Europe to lead in the global AI race is to unlock the large amounts of capital lying dormant in European banks. We must finally turn yesterday's savings into fuel for tomorrow's innovation in this area of AI and in other areas as well. Europe sits on about 12 trillion euros household savings. But most of that money flows into real estate and government bonds rather than investments in startups. That has to do, of course, with our European culture, which is more risk-averse than elsewhere in the world, because pension funds and banks prefer safe assets, and sometimes the rules push them into that directions, and because our regulations make it harder to invest in deep tech. So let's review some of those aspects in the near future. Europe produces world-class AI research, but it still has very few AI companies. And that has to change, and that is why we need the capital, the financing needs, and we need it fast. And that is why I strongly support the Savings and Investment Union. We need to make progress on that. We need finally to get it going and not spend too much time on governance issues, but more on developing the tools we need, securitization, cross-border pension products, to get the Savings and Investment Union going, and I think we can do that before the end of this year. Moreover, when it comes to regulation, let's start by doing less. Instead of adding our own national layers on EU regulations, let's think about earmarking maybe small amounts of the vast European pension funds for deep tech investments and make AI startups more readily available also for retail investors, the household savings I was talking about. And let's be open-minded when there is risk-taking. Let's embrace that more than in the past and also give founders a second chance when they fail. Those changes, I'm convinced, will allow AI startups from Europe to tap into financial opportunities and allow them to scale much easier and much faster. If Europe can create demand for AI solutions, if Europe can speed up AI adoption across companies and yes, also across governments, if Europe can unlock those savings to finance AI startups, then I'm convinced that Europe cannot just keep up with the US and China. We can compete with them, and yes, we can also outperform them, at least in some of those aspects. My government, the Luxembourg government, is fully committed to that European effort. Our entire strategy, our AI strategy, by the way, linked with a data strategy and a quantum strategy, is deliberately thought, designed, and executed in a European mindset. And it is fully aligned with all the points I made here today. We are pushing for smart regulation that fosters innovation, but aligned with our European values. We concluded the first whole-of-government contract with Mistral AI to show that Europe can build and deploy AI at scale. We encourage AI adoption across society and the economy through concrete flagship projects and targeted outreaches to the private sector. And we are pushing for progress, as I said, on the Savings and Investment Union, while also making strategic public sector investments in high-class infrastructure. And we make AI a priority under my direct authority as Prime Minister, because it needs a whole-of-government and a whole-of-society approach. So now our entire ecosystem is geared towards building the solutions that are open, connected, and scalable across borders, all while ensuring sovereignty at the European level. And our partnerships, including those with Mistral AI, are designed to strengthen European capabilities, not national silos. The European spirit must be there. Because like capital, data and AI must flow across European borders to create value and, of course, maximize its impact. And Luxembourg wants to be an AI platform for all of Europe. We do not think nationally, we think European. We do not build walls, we build connections. And that is my proposal to you today. Think European, act European, build European. Help us make sure that we will have an AI of Europe, by Europe, for Europe. Because we are faced with choices between fragmentation and scale, between dependence and sovereignty, between hesitation and action, and most importantly, a choice between thinking small or thinking European. Because in this new age of AI, no country can win alone. But together, Europe can. And together, Europe will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for the speech and for this inspiring scene setting, giving us lots of food for thought for further debate. And we're inviting all of you, of course, to join that. Our second keynote speaker of the day will deliver the opening Tommaso Padua Schioppa address, founded to honor the memory of one of the founding parents of the euro, this address is meant to provide a reflection on the economic and political challenges facing the European economy. We're very honored to be joined this year by Nobel Prize winner in Economics 2025, Philippe Aghion. Professor Aghion is not only one of the most influential economists of our time, but also a visionary on how economies can thrive in an era of rapid technological change. As a professor at the Collège de France and the London School of Economics, his groundbreaking research on creative destruction, competition and innovation has informed policies worldwide. Today, we have the privilege of hearing his insights on how Europe can harness AI and innovation to Europe's advantage. Please.
Very intimidated from such a distinguished and numerous assembly. It's a privilege to give the Padoa-Schioppa lecture. I met Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa, and he's been, of course, a founding father of, the European monetary system, the euro and the European Central Bank. We know that without Tommaso, probably there will be no European Central Bank. He played a key role in creating it, and he was on the first board of the European Central Bank. And he very well understood that there was no way, that we could move on without having the euro. So it's it's a great honor to be giving the Padoa-Schioppa lecture. I entitled this lecture AI Game Changer for Europe. They awarded this prize this year for work that I had done with Peter Howitt on setting up a new growth model encompassing Schumpeter's notion of creative destruction. So here is a photo picture of young Schumpeter, and Schumpeter is known to have coined the term creative destruction, whereby he meant the process whereby new innovation displace old technologies, new innovations make old technologies obsolete. But when in my students' years, Schumpeter was a curiosity. You would come across Schumpeter in a course on history of economic thought or on a course in I.O., but it would be en passant. It was a mundanity. There was no such thing as a Schumpeterian growth model. The leading model in my students' years was the Solow model. It was the neoclassical growth model where growth is driven by capital accumulation. You produce wealth, with a flow of wealth with a stock of capital, you save part of your wealth to increase the stock of capital, and that's how you generate growth. But Bob Solow himself was aware that there are decreasing returns to capital accumulation, and you cannot grow up forever just based on capital accumulation. You need something else that Robert Solow would call technical progress. But Solow would not tell you where technical progress comes from. And you would talk about the Solow residual, which was a kind of big black box. So with Peter Howitt in 1987, we undertook to write a new growth model that would put innovation and enterprises, exactly what Prime Minister talked about, at the center, at the heart of the growth process. And so the basic ideas of our paradigm is that first, that long-run growth is driven by a cumulative process of innovation where each innovator builds upon previous innovation. You always stand on giant shoulders. The second idea is that innovations do not come from heaven. They result to a large extent from entrepreneurial activities, from investment in R&D and the like, by firms that pursue innovation because they want to get rents from it. When you find a new product or a cheaper way to produce, for a while you get some rents, some profits, until you are being superseded by subsequent innovators. And the third idea is creative destruction. New innovations displace old technologies. But you can see that at the heart of the paradigm, there is a contradiction. On the one hand, you need innovation rents to motivate innovation investments. But on the other hand, yesterday's innovators are tempted to use their rents to prevent subsequent innovation because they don't want themselves to be subject to creative destruction. And regulating a market economy is largely about how to manage this contradiction. You want to give a rent, you want to encourage firms to grow and prosper, but you want to make sure that once they grow, they will not prevent subsequent generations of talents to come in and also in turn, generate new innovation. That's where competition policy is, of course, very important. That's why the main role of government is competition policy. So now let me tell you a few words about euro area. Here I represent, you see, the evolution of per capita GDP of the euro area, since it's a pity we have that's right, compared to the US. So you put US at 1, and you have the euro area. And you see that, of course, in 1945 we were very low because during the war a lot of capital stock was destroyed and we did not innovate much during the Second World War. So we are very much below the US in terms of per capita GDP, the euro area. But then we catch up between 1945 and the mid-1980s. How do we catch up? We catch up first because we rebuild our capital stock. The Marshall Plan helped us a lot, of course. But also because we have good education systems in Europe, we could catch up with the second industrial revolution that took place in the US in the 1920s, 1930s, the electricity and combustion engine revolution. But then you can see that as of the mid-80s, again, our per capita GDP is falling compared to the US. Why is that? Because in the early mid-90s, you had the IT revolution that took place in the US, and we failed to fully take advantage of this revolution. The cloud is in the US. We use systems mainly based in the US. We don't do much of our own systems. So to a large extent, and the thing is that if you look at the top, the innovations in high tech, particularly look at the right-hand side figure, you can see Europe is in green, and we are in terms of share of production of high-tech patents, we are falling. You see, China is the blue triangle. China is rising. The US is above everybody. China is rising, and Europe is falling. That's the truth. And exactly, I'm really, I would not have used as good words as the Prime Minister, but I'm completely on the same wavelength as Premier Ministre de Luxembourg. You see, if you look at the origin of ideas of patents in disruptive technology, look at blockchain, computer vision, genome editing, you can see that a large share of the research underlying innovations in those fields is done in Europe, exactly as you said. But it does not translate in breakthrough innovation done in Europe, exactly the way you said. And that's the drama. A lot of the research is done in Europe, and it does not translate in breakthrough innovation implemented in Europe. It's implemented now in the US and now increasingly in China. And also another thing you could look at, if you look at the 5 top patenting firms in the US or in Europe, you can see that in the US between nowadays and 25 years ago, except for Qualcomm, those are very different firms. The top innovators nowadays in the US are not the same as they were 25 years ago. If you look in Europe, they are exactly the same. So over the past 20 years, patenting and R&D investment in the US moved from mid-tech towards high-tech, and it's other firms that come in, more creative destruction. And in Europe, we remain stuck in mid-tech incremental innovation, okay? So before I move to AI, of course, there comes Draghi and Letta and the Bocconi report. And what Draghi tells you exactly what Prime Minister said. We lack a true single market for goods and services. In the US, you have a big market. In China, you have a big market. In Europe, we have segmented markets because of the gold plating practice. Each country, each member state has its own regulation on top of the European regulation. We don't have an integrated capital market. We, as you said very so well, breakthrough innovation is about failing. You need to have the possibility to fail. You have to encourage failing. If you fail, it's because you tried. That's what they tell you in the US. In France, it was when we failed, we had the bonnet d'âne. They would put us, in my youth, no longer. Huh? They would mock failure. In the US, they encourage failure. How do you encourage failure? At the research level, you encourage failure by having long-term research financing. We don't have enough long-term research financing. I'm in favor of ERC becoming more autonomous. The ERC should become like the ECB. The European Research Council should become autonomous with a bigger budget. They should fund not only individuals but research labs. In France, one thing that worked well is the Laboratoire d'Excellence, 10-year funding of Laboratoire d'Excellence. There you don't have to fill up applications all the time, and you can take more risk in basic research. We need to secure the ERC and to enlarge the perimeter of ERC so that ERC could finance not only individuals but also labs on a 10-year basis, not on a 5-year basis. So that's very much supporting. I hope it will happen. Risk-taking for startups, you need venture capital. We don't have enough of venture capital in Europe. Okay, and risk-taking and the possibility of failing in larger firms, we know that, and I've worked myself on that, institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds are very important. The one country in Europe that does well on that is Sweden. Despite the fact they don't have a fully funding system, pension system, they manage to develop pension funds. We should emulate the Swedish example, and maybe Luxembourg is also there, to develop pension system. And we don't have any equivalent of the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Project Agency, a way to reconcile industrial policy and competition policy. The problem in Europe is that in the name of competition policy, we precluded industrial policy. We said no sectoral state aid. It was crazy. The US, they do competition and they have the DARPA or the ARPA Energy or the ARPA Infrastructure or the BARDA in biotech. The Chinese, they reconcile industrial policy and some form of competition. And in Europe, we had a Hayekian view of Europe. It was mainly about Europe was designed for us not to fight each other, and it was too many regulations, as you said. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do that, you see what I mean? And in the name of competition policy, we precluded industrial policy. This is a big mistake. We should change this. And more generally, the European economic doctrine, Maastricht, it's good to have a rule, no more, and I agree, I'm in front of ECFIN, I will not say that the Maastricht Treaty is a bad thing, but I'm not in favor of putting all type of spending on the same footing. You cannot put on the same footing financing the pension system and investing in growth and investing in research. You should modify the way you implement the Maastricht Treaty, not to put in the same basket, you see, spending on which is recurrent and investment in energy transition, in AI, in defense. Second, in the name of competition policy, we precluded industrial policy. And third, the EU budget is too small. Many people say about Europe, we are a regulatory giant and a budgetary dwarf. And that cannot go on. So I think this is really the things that we need to change. AI, how long do I have? Who is regulating me? I'm talking about regulation. Well, anyway, so let me say a few words about AI because, it's all about AI. So in my lab at Collège de France and in SEAD, in fact, we should mention that I'm very part also in SEAD, we look at the economic impacts of AI. There is a pessimistic view that some of my colleagues hold that AI will have very little growth impact and very negative employment impact. I have a cautiously optimistic view. I believe that AI has growth potential and also has employment creation potential, but provided we put in place the appropriate institutions and policies. So on growth, why do I believe that AI has growth potential? Because AI automates tasks not only only in the production of goods and services, but it makes ideas easier to find. New ideas are often recombinations of old ideas. With AI, you can recombine much more, and you can select much more quickly among those ideas you want to experiment. So AI has enormous growth potential. I estimate that AI should increase, if only you look at AI automating production of goods and services, it would increase our growth potential by 0.7 percentage point per year for a 10-year period. If I'm growing at 1% before, for 10 years in a row, I grew at 1.7 and then back to 1, okay? But in fact, that's in fact the red curve. You see, instead of having the dotted curve, with AI you would have the red curve. But in fact, that's not taking into account the fact that AI also makes innovation easier. And I'm currently in my lab quantifying the extra growth. You move from the red curve to the blue curve, and that's an extra at least 0.3 percentage point per year, but not for 10 years, forever. And it will accelerate. So I think, you know, the minimum is 1 percentage point for 10 years and at least 0.5 forever, because you will forever make ideas easier to find. The problem is are the limiting factors. So I think AI has big growth potential. What are the limiting factors on AI, on the growth potential? First, the availability of human capital. We need to have better schools. We need to improve our schooling system. Okay, and that's a huge thing, because you need humans, as you very well said. You need, you know, human capital to manage the AI. And the other factor is the competition. You see, with the IT revolution, what happened? In the US, growth was boosted by the IT revolution between 1995 and 2005. Growth soared up. It was not a 0.7, it was a 0.8 extra percentage point of growth per year during a 10-year period. But then what you had is that with the IT revolution in the US, you had the emergence of superstar firms, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. We call them the GAFAM the FAMONG or the GAFAM. Initially, they boosted growth, but they expanded so much because competition policy did not adapt in the US to the IT revolution. They let them grow unboundedly, and they ended up discouraging the entry of new innovating firms. You see what I mean? So that's really the Schumpeterian conundrum. Those firms initially boosted growth, but they became big elephants, and they ended up discouraging the entry of new innovators. What is that? Why is that a problem for AI? Because if you look at the upper segments in the value chain of AI, the cloud is dominated by 3 superstar firms, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and on the market for graphic processors, you have essentially one big actor. So it means that you need competition. Fostering competition is open source, is data access, extend the Digital Market Act to include the cloud, and exactly as you said, I'm paraphrasing you, I feel very embarrassed. You need regulation, but if you over-regulate, the large incumbents, they know how to deal with the regulations, but the new entrants, they don't. So too many regulations will go against competition. So you need open source, is data access, extended digital market, and avoid excessive regulation. Regulate, but regulate smartly. And also, and that's where industrial policy is complementary to competition policy, we need to invest in computing power, in AI diffusion, and advocate an AI exception in public research. And that's where Draghi comes in again. You see what I mean? And that's where, you know, in AI particularly, a smartly designed industrial policy that would combine AI and defense is complementary to competition policy. And that will allow us to fully harness the growth potential of AI. On AI employment, AI, it's very interesting. It destroys jobs, but it also creates jobs. For example, here I look in France, ChatGPT, the firms that adopted AI increased employment because of the productivity effect. They became more competitive, and the world demand for their product increased. You can see employment goes up, and the sales go up as well. But you can see also that there is more turnover. When you have AI, you have job creation, but you have job destruction. So what you need there, again, to harness, you need adequate education and flex security. I'm very Danish. I believe in the Danish system. In Denmark, when you lose your job, for 2 years you get 90% of your salary. The state retrains you and helps you find a new job. I think, and they have a good education system at the bottom where you learn to learn at school. I think that to harness the job creation potential of AI and smooth out the transition from old jobs to new jobs, we will need to reform our education system and to get closer to something that looks like the flex security system. And so overall, you see, I think that AI has enormous growth potential and employment creation potential, but to take best advantage of it, we need to adapt our institutions. We need a good combination of competition and smart industrial policy. We don't have anything looking like a DARPA in Europe. There is a very good report by the Bocconi School showing that there is nothing in Europe approaching a DARPA. Okay? We need competition, but we need a DARPA that would combine defense and AI. And to enhance and to harness the growth creation potential, we need good education system where children learn, to write, the basic knowledge, homework done at school, calculate, and you need where they learn to learn, and on top of this, the flex security system and enhancing soft skills, the ability to interact with others, to be autonomous. So if we adapt our institutions, we will make the best. And I wanted to conclude with some words that exactly mentioned you. Europe, we have a huge advantage. It's exactly your words. What do we have in Europe? Democracy and freedom is in Europe, no longer in the US. In the US, you cannot speak freely anymore. They check your iPhone when you migrate there, okay, when you pass the customs. Freedom and democracy is in Europe. Social model is in Europe. Concern for climate is in Europe. And it's exactly that. And that is enormous soft power. With this, we can attract the best researchers working on AI. Yann LeCun, for example, was head of research at Meta, is coming to Europe to develop what he believes to be the next AI revolution within the AI revolution. And he wants to do this in Europe. We should let people like Yann LeCun or like Mistral, we provide the environment that would make them blossom in Europe. Because as you said, why is it important that we be part of the AI? First, we have the mathematicians, the engineers, we have the people. We are there, Yann LeCun, all these people, they were trained in Europe. So we have the people there, okay? We have the soft power. But why is it so important that we precisely, as you said, to enhance the values? Because if we are part of this AI revolution, not only we will allow Europe to resume growing, okay, so that will be, we have a declining demography, and so we want to restore growth. We want to, again, reduce the gap between US per capita GDP and our per capita GDP. AI is a big hope for that. And so already for that reason, we want to do exactly those things to maximize the potential of AI in Europe. But it's important that we grow not only to allow for more growth in Europe, because we will push these values very strongly. We will have a more ethical, a more inclusive, a more human AI, and that's where the promise of Europe is. It's with Europe, but also with Canada. I think Mark Carney delivered 2 important speeches. One was in Davos, and one was in Erevan. He's joining us. He's part of us. If Europe goes that way, we have people like Carney on board with us. So I am a kind of guarded optimist. I am optimist because I'm a fighting optimist, and because there are many things we can do, and it's the young generation now that have to, take this challenge and push Europe again, being a leader. We used to be a technological leader. We have everything to become again a technological leader, and with technology for the good purpose. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajahn. What an inspiring, passionate speech. If anyone this morning was feeling a little bit sleepy here at the BEF, you've certainly been woken up now by that incredible speech. We should almost clip it so it can go viral on TikTok and on Instagram for that young generation that the professor mentioned. Because there was an important message in that speech by the professor, and that is Europe is stuck. China is rising and Europe is lagging behind. So that is the context that we will kick off our first panel debate of the BEF 2026. And this panel is about the fact that artificial intelligence, it's not just a tech revolution, it is an economic imperative. How can we make it work, though, here in Europe? That is the question that we will have for the panel. If you'd like to join me up here on stage, please, and then I'll introduce you to the audience. So come up. Commissioner. So I will invite the panelists to take a seat in the very funky, transparent chairs. Make yourself comfortable while I introduce you. A man here beside me needs no introduction, of course, in the EU bubble. That is Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis, the European Commissioner in charge of the economy, productivity, implementation and simplification. Great to have you with us, Commissioner. We also have Martin Sandbu, a well-known European economics commentator and lead writer with the Financial Times. Lovely to have you with us too. Another familiar face in the EU bubble, always supporting the voice of the unions, we have Isabel Schönmann, Deputy Secretary, General Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation, also known as ETUC. Welcome. And to get the view from a very important industrial heavyweight, we have Stefan Hartung from the Board of Management, the chairman, of course, of Robert Bosch. Welcome. And last but not least, we're thrilled also to have Louise Burke here with us, CEO of Open Data Institute, that works, of course, on how economies can use data responsibly. Lovely to have you all with us. Welcome to the BEF. So, Commissioner, not easy to go after that speech that we just heard from the Professor Ajahn, but the honour is yours now to please set the context for this panel debate. Take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a pleasure to return to the Brussels Economic Forum, and I will not even try to beat the liveliness of previous presentation. Brussels Economic Forum is an event that continues to go from strength to strength and helping to frame and shape the debate of Europe's economic future. The topic of this year's forum, artificial intelligence, is already changing how we live and work every day, and even how we write speeches. When I asked AI for inspiration on how to open my remarks today, it suggested the following. AI isn't just the future, it's rewriting the rules of our economy today, and Europe's next move will decide whether we lead the revolution or get left behind. Not bad. So if you had told me 5 years ago that an AI prompt would help prepare remarks for the Brussels Economic Forum, I probably would have asked you, what is an AI prompt? But here we are. Before I alarm my speechwriter, let me assure you that this experiment was a first one for me, and I do not intend to begin relying on AI to write my speeches. But it does underline something important. AI technology now can do in seconds what would have been once seen improbable or even impossible. And the pace of this technological evolution is extraordinary. We have entered a new era where AI will power everything from productivity games to advanced weapons. And Europe is in this race for AI leadership, the one that will determine 21st century. Europe did not reap the full benefits of the digital revolution led by the internet and productivity gains it brought. For instance, while the US has now created 6 companies with a market capitalization of 1 trillion euros or more, the EU has so far created none. We cannot afford to repeat the same mistakes with AI. We must act with ambition, speed and foresight to shape the future of AI rather than be shaped by it. Allowing an AI gap to emerge with our international competitors and rivals would have great consequences for our prosperity and security, and the price of catching up would be steep. We live in an age where every dependence is a vulnerability and every advantage is leveraged. The good news is that Europe's scientific talent, industrial capacity and production know-how provides us with key advantages. You might be surprised to learn that the EU produces 22% of global AI research journal articles compared to 17% by researchers based in the US. While the world's chip makers depend upon ASML's ultraviolet lithography systems that are made here in Europe. We must make every advantage count and catch up where we have fallen behind. History teaches us that transformative technological transitions are never seamless. The challenge for Europe's policymakers now is to determine the role we can play to compete effectively in the race for the AI leadership, maximize the transition's benefits, minimize its disruptions. And there is a great deal to discuss and consider, but the few things are already clear. We must harness the benefits of AI to boost productivity. We must prepare our workforce for the AI transition. We must mobilize finance to fund investments in infrastructure, skills, adaptation, startups and scale-ups. We must ensure that our regulatory regime enables investment and innovation rather discourages them. And we must preserve financial stability in the face of cybersecurity threats that are unprecedented in their sophistication. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, my brief introductory remarks have maybe raised more issues than they have answered. Fortunately, I will now be joined by a very distinguished panel, and together we can begin to explore these issues and many others in more depth. And with this, I would like to thank the DG ECFIN and the Commission staff who have made this 26th edition of the Brussels Economic Forum possible. And I wish all the participants engaging conference full of fresh insights and new connections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thrilled that you'll be taking a seat as well to engage in the panel. We also count on our audience. We'll be using Slido throughout the discussion if you'd like to pop on any comments or questions as you hear different points being made. And at the end, of course, we will open the floor to the audience. Good old traditional microphone on the floor, and you can, of course, as well have your say. But now we can kick off with our esteemed panellists. Perhaps, Martin, we can start with you, just on the fact that the BEF this year is focused on this point of building an AI economy. Who do you think stands to gain here or lose the most?
I'm going to start by saying... Sorry.
Your mic. Great.
Sorry. Thanks for having me. I'm going to start by disappointing you and saying, I don't know. But I think it's important to know when we don't know something. So before the organisers start sort of scratching their heads and saying, why do they invite him? I think it's good to have some healthy skepticism when somebody tells you there's something you must do, especially if that's an American executive telling you you must buy his product or must not regulate his activities. So I don't think we know yet. I think it's very early days. I mean, it's very clear that AI is a fantastic opportunity, but it all depends on how it's used. So, you know, the commissioner could fire a speechwriter and then get 20 fresh original speeches to give every day. But I'm sure he'll agree with me that that's not going to make Europe more prosperous. So, you know, let's take a deep breath. You know, that doesn't mean not doing anything. It means being active. But I think one thing we do need to worry about, and here I am answering your question, I think that the biggest thing to worry about losing is, again, losing sovereignty. A good outcome would not be ending up totally dependent on technology from a country that no longer wants us well.
Indeed, and just on that frank point of I don't know, I'm curious to just look around the room and see, you raise your hand if you believe that you are an expert on artificial intelligence. Who in the room is an expert on AI? Hands up. We've one in the middle. We've one expert on AI in the room, and of course our esteemed panellists too. But isn't that interesting, and just shows you why it's so important to dedicate this year's BEF to that topic of AI. Many would argue we're a little bit late here, but indeed it's so important that we do. Isabel Schönman, your view here on the same question. Who starts?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for invitations. The European Trade Union Confederation is, of course, looking very much at that very important game changer in the European Union that AI is developing. I think the challenge is less the European Union, but the fact that this technology is still in foreign hands, if I may say so, and in the hands of monopoles that have, of course, not of course, but have different ethical and interest in developing further those monopoles and to, if I may say, invade a very interesting market for them, which is the internal market. And I think this is where the dilemma is. This is where the challenges are. And I think we have to make clear that not only do they have different ethical dimensions, and we see the current discussions on using AI for mass surveillance and using AI for weapons without human in control. I think this is exactly the limit that we cannot, we don't want, we should not cross in the European Union. And if you place that back to, you know, where do we see that it will be disruptive? We see that it's, of course, interesting to introduce a very promising technology also at the workplaces, and we do see that in certain places more than others. However, like or differently than in the US, the European Union has protections, has developed protections not just for the sake of peace, as it was mentioned previously, but of course for the sake of cohesions, economic and social cohesions in the European Union. We're all here for a purpose, which is to create a highly competitive social market economy with three purposes. The first one is full employment. The second one is, of course, the protections of the environment. And, of course, the main important one, social progress. And I think the idea that the ETUC is driving, and, of course, with regulations, I think if you know a way to bash regulations, on the contrary, that is the strength of the European Union. The GDPR, the General Data Protections Regulations, that was a milestone in the world to say, hey, yes, but the data is your privacy. The data cannot be accessible without your consent. Okay. The AI Act is, of course, setting the limit of how to put a safe product on the market, which is a specificity of the European Union. A safe product on the market should also be a safe product for the workers, not just only for the consumers. And this is exactly where the social progress dimension lies. This is the strength of the European Union, and this is the reasons why, for the ETUC, we say yes to technological evolution, revolution, transformations, transitions, the way you want to have it. However, with a full respect of workers and trade union rights in terms of helping the introduction, the shaping and the monitoring of AI at the workplace, so that those devices are in full compliance with the protections for workers, with the ethical rules that we should have at the business, in particular not abusing your data, not buying your Facebook profile because it's an asset for the business, and getting your identity away from you and using that as a product. So all of that, yes, but, and I think this is a very important limitations that the ETUC is using. What we see, and just to bring some numbers to close that first intervention is, of course, from my side, to bring some numbers here. The European Working Conditions Survey indicates that 42% of the European workers are now subject to algorithmic management. The Harvard Business Review says in February that those technologies are putting so much more pressure on the workers, with short-term productivity for companies, for fatigue and burnout on the side of workers, and long-term intensification of work on the top of increasing bias that some technology have, in particular bias and discriminations against women. More than 29% of women are exposed to AI, disruptive AI, in comparison to men. And here, last figures which I think interesting is that a European Commission survey mentioned that 82% of people asked for their views say that it is important to have rules which protect workers' privacy.
Okay, Isabel Schumann, thank you so much for those opening words and giving us the view from the trade union there. And now over to the chairman of Bosch there, Stefan Hartog, for your take on all this.
I try to answer this with a different approach. Let's give you two scenarios. Number one is the start scenario: we lose, and the Chinese or the US will win. I'll give you an easy reasoning for that, because if you want to do this great stuff like large language models, you need unlimited electrical power. Very cheap, lots of it, right? Huge data centers with high investment, a lot of capital. Whoa, 800 billion trillions of investment. So they already have it, they're on the race. They are seeing themselves in the race of two. Europe is not even started, so we lose. Well, very pessimistic. Now let's do another view. We win. Why? Because we use that stuff. And I think that's the perspective we have to take. The real game of AI, and especially large language model, is not finished, it just started. And we have now approximately five large companies in the US fighting for this delivery of this promise. And we have a lot of players in China also fighting for the delivery of that promise, most of this also open source. The key still of making the most out of this technology has not yet been found, which is the application side of this. And there, the Europeans have a unique position, because you can have a better life with AI. The question is just, how do you do it? You can have a safer life with AI, safer driving, better health. The question is how to do it, how to implement it. You can have better health, you can have better physics, so manufacturing and application with it, and you can have a lot of points where Europeans are good at. Now, what does that mean? We have to acknowledge that there is a technology which we should grasp and run, because our European power is getting things into application and making things right for people. That is an opportunity for us, and we should better go for it, using whatever we can get hands on this planet to apply it. So who will win? We will see.
We'll see. We'll certainly dive deeper into those points as we go along in the panel. But now, Louise Burke, over to you for your take.
God, what's left? I mean, I'm going to talk about the data layer. I haven't heard an awful lot about the data layer, and actually there is no AI without the data layer. And one of the biggest barriers, and I think where Europe could get ahead, is actually smashing down the proprietary standards that exist. So basically opening up interoperability of data, allowing the data to flow across country, across those standards, rather than this sort of housed version that we've got at the moment that's controlled by a few big players. That will open up innovation, it will open up data, and it will actually give the fact that Europe has got high quality data available to it. Yes, it may be way behind on the compute side of things, but actually that in itself is a huge advantage. And if I can just give an example, if we think back to the 1800s and trains, many trains had different gauges that people had to travel on, which actually became quite preventative for people being able to go on one train to one destination. So it had to change trains, change providers in order to continue to travel because of the gauges. That's what data standards are like. There's different gauges preventing flow. We need to open up the standards, and I think this is a moment for Europe to be brave.
And what does that mean, being brave, Commissioner? Because as we heard as well earlier, in the opening speeches, it was you regulate, but regulate smart. It's always about finding that balance. How do you do that?
As regards AI, probably we need to look what do we want to achieve with AI, and then we can look how do we regulate to achieve this. Well, first of all, we can look at the AI as a productivity tool. And we had been lagging behind the US and other major economies in productivity growth already for 2 decades at least. So the question is, what do we do to improve our productivity growth? And this AI revolution can be a good chance actually for Europe to strengthen the productivity growth. So when we are looking on how we regulate AI, we must make sure that we regulate it in ways that facilitates productivity growth in Europe. Then some colleagues already had been talking, we need obviously the guardrails, we need what we call human-centric artificial intelligence, but we will also need to deal with the issue that we are in a global race. We are in a global race for AI, and if we fall behind, this can come at steep cost for Europe, because we see that the different vulnerabilities are being exploited by others. And from that point of view, of course, in ideal world, we would need a global governance for AI, because it is a global phenomena. And if we were able to agree globally on the rules of the game, that certainly would be a best scenario. Whether we are able to do so, that's a big question mark, because if anything, global rules are being eroded now, not strengthened, and that ranges from wars of aggression to proliferation of trade barriers. So we are more in a power-based geopolitics than we maybe were some years or decades ago. Therefore, it may not be forthcoming. That also other jurisdictions may see some advantages on just racing ahead and not coordinating on global rules. Even though it has to be said that also in US, they have taken more like a laissez-faire approach on AI regulation. But now with this Anthropic Mythos model, we saw that suddenly US also realized, oh, we need to regulate. They basically pulled the handbrake, said, hey, wait a minute, this is something which can be very useful, but it also can be very dangerous if it gets into wrong hands. So in a sense, they also now are, in a sense, reacting in an ad hoc way, but that certainly will prompt a discussion also in US how to properly regulate, because this is now one model. Others may be months behind. Open source models may be half a year to a year behind. So will not be able, and US will not be able to react just case by case basis. We will need to set up a proper guardrails, and from Europe, we should be open for this international discussion and, to the extent possible, cooperation on how to set those guardrails.
And of course, negotiations are ongoing as we speak, even this week, with ambassadors meeting to tweak the current AI rules, of course, as a nod to industry in Germany. Companies like yourself, Stefan, like Bosch, like Siemens. Describe the reality on the ground of how AI is changing your day-to-day and the impact this is having on you.
I mean, we're definitely one of the companies most engaged in this AI application and work. So most of the patents we also file Meanwhile, somehow points touches AI. We are a very big filer for AI patents in Europe. So we change a lot. Why does it change? Because the whole industry changed first from the visual models which we had in AI, which could recognize objects, right? That was very human-like. So we thought, oh my God, what's that? It can recognize a glass or a face. But now we have these language models, and that's a complete different game. Because in these models is knowledge. You can take it out. That's why we use now not anymore search engines, but very often we search with such a model, right? And it gives us information back because it's in there. So you have to compare it like data is oil, right? And these systems are suddenly oil wells. So if you have such a system running, you can generate data from that system. And it can actually teach other AI systems which you then use. And that's exactly what's happening on the ground. Every single product we make right now has probably touched at some point AI, either in the product or in the production process, in the development process. So it changes profoundly all activities a company does, wherever it does it, in the factories, in the development corners, or in the headquarters. Productivity is one big thing, and you see the biggest story now, since the last 3-4 months, is now computer coding. So suddenly we recognize these machines can not only speak and write language like we talk, right? English, German, French, whatever. Some don't even know how many languages they speak. These systems can also write computer programs. And that's the newest thing in the last months, which is leveraged. And you can see that a computer programmer, a very talented computer programmer with such a system can write more than 10 times the code level he could write before, or she could write before use of such a system. So the productivity gains are not yet measurable, I would say. We see the first examples, but definitely it is changing profoundly what we do. However, same time, the benefit is also unbelievable. Suddenly we talk again about automated driving, which we pretty much had given up before because we saw it's too complex. But now we see it may again be in reach. And the same as on healthcare. There are suddenly applications popping up which look really promising on detecting better disease and other things in healthcare. So I would really say this is most fascinating, but also most fast developing. So don't ask to get it under control. I think it's definitely in the explosion phase.
Indeed, it's in the explosion phase. It's hard to keep up. Martin, I'm curious as well to hear about your observations here about how it's boosting productivity.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on something the Commissioner said, which was we need to kind of define what it is we want. And I think there's a little bit of risk here of finding, we're getting a shiny new hammer and we're going around looking for nails. So at the policy level, we need to define what is it we kind of want to do better, right? And of course, at the corporate level, you're doing that. Of course, you look at something that needs to be done better in the production process, you think about new products, and a lot of companies will be doing that. Of course you will be, and that's good. You'll use the tools you find and use them well. At the policy level, I don't know if we're quite there yet. It's good to say we want to increase productivity, but we need to be much more specific, I think. And this is where we come to this regulation debate. So it's so easy to say there's too much regulation. I mean, I don't know if at Bosch there is anything you want to do that regulations actually stop you from doing in terms of trying out AI. It'd be interesting to hear about that. But we need to decide what as a society we want AI to be used for. So the original principle of the AI Act, I think, was right. It's saying there are certain things we shouldn't use it for. Of course, then, we mixed in controls on how you actually do the development. That was bad. That needs to be fixed, right? So we need to update all of this. But there's nothing wrong in saying there are certain things we don't want to be done in Europe and that we don't want these American companies to do in Europe. It might have to do with the interoperability of data. It might have to do with hiring and firing decisions. So there's a lot of regulatory work to do there. Define liability if a decision is made by AI. So all of this is what smart regulation means in practice. But the whole sort of less or more is not really the right way to think about it.
And of course, it takes time as 27 to define exactly what it is, with also the technology moving at such a fast pace. But the Prime Minister of Luxembourg was very clear this morning in his speech when he said, act European, think European, and buy European. That should be the mantra. But Isabel, just for your perspective here, because a lot of us have been reading of late the headlines, whether it's Salesforce, Meta, Amazon, firing thousands of people and instead focusing all this money in AI infrastructure. What should we take away from that? Should we be as positive, perhaps, as the professor this morning, or how should we come to terms and digest with this new reality of how the way we work, the way we innovate, the way we go about our daily lives could radically change in the next few decades?
Thank you so much for these very, very interesting questions. I think to be brave in the European Union and to be on the lead, I think we have to live up to our values. And of course, not just compromise on those. And I think what we indeed here want to have AI for is not that AI manage people, but that the people can manage the AI the way they need it, the way they want to have it, according to common rules. And I think this is exactly where I think the strength of the European Union is exactly to define what do we want to do with AI and how we want to promote and to develop it. And the problem here is, of course, that we are, again, back on using for the moment and having allowed somehow monopoles to take place and monopoles to grow, and those monopoles to set very different rules than the one we want to have and we have in the European Union in terms of, as you said, a machine can hire and fire you without you having any possibility to say whatever or to defend yourself because the machine was wrong to assess or to evaluate you the way it has done. Here again, how come that the machine can evaluate a human? Should not be the other way around. And of course, the problem is, of course, your business model have been based on those systems which are not the ones that are to be developed in the European. However, we let it introduce the European Uber, the deliverers of those worlds, for example. Amazon was mentioned. I wonder if there are people in this room who have worked in Amazon.
Anyone?
Make that reality check, colleagues. Make it. I don't think that any one of us here would like to work in an Amazon, to be surveilled all the time, to have to leave your hands, to go to the loo, to have a very, very limited time for your break, not to be able to organize, not to be able to have your voice developed and respected in the place. Tesla. Recently, elections of the Works Council in Tesla, Germany. Trade unions, no access to the workplace, or very difficult access after a long fight. Tesla settling down, using the natural resources without authorizations, waiting for those authorizations to come, but building already, and have access to water supplies and the land. So all of that just to say that we have to use the machines the way we want them to deliver for us, and not the other way around. And I think it's very important that these innovations that at the ETUC we support, of course, because we know and we understand the potentials that have been said in certain sectors, but in many others it will help. However, we have to make sure that these innovations at one point does not turn into something where only machines will have to do something and there will be no place for workers. So my plea, and the plea of the ETUC to the policymakers, is don't let that go that far. And before saying, hey, Capgemini, for example, Accenture, we lay off. We are the leaders on this technology, but we lay off because AI does the job. Exactly those that are on the lead should anticipate the changes and should make sure that at the workplace there is upskilling, reskilling of the workers, there is place for those workers who have been part of this development at one point not have to leave because we don't need them anymore, but then that there is a change and plans that are put in place with the trade union, with the workers' representative to make sure that we find, that the businesses find some place for those workers.
There is lots of engagement from the audience already on Slido, so I'll come imminently to your questions and comments. Thank you so much for them. But first, I just wanted to bring in Louise Burke, because of course, your day-to-day job today is to contribute to building a world where data works for everyone. But how do we achieve that?
Yes, and we do actually work with everyone, and we see, I suppose, the big shift that we've seen in the last sort of 18 months to 2 years is a shift, particularly with governments looking to sort out their data infrastructure, as we would call it. That's very fragmented. Departments don't talk to each other. So we're seeing a big race to make that ready to be able to apply AI across it. That involves creating standards that are interoperable across government, enabling the data to flow, for it to be consistent. We're also seeing a big uptick in what needs to be done to that data to make it AI ready. So we're involved in a big project with SAP at the moment, who is looking at their data fabric and deciding, whoa, it was built for one thing, now we needed to do something else. So we're seeing a big increase in that sort of work. We're also seeing big demand for governance. So coming back to the point about making sure that everybody's voice is in the room. How do you design governance models across particularly highly sensitive use cases? So one use case that I've seen evolve over the last 8 years has been around eye scan data flowing from the eye hospitals in the UK. Very traditional anonymized approach to the data, with then a governance body made up of patients, medics and also corporates deciding who should have access to that data, and doing that in a very sort of controlled and well-governed way. We're now seeing that the application then across that eye scan data that's flowed as a result of that initiative has led to discoveries that we would have never seen before. The new word oculomics is out there. How do we see health in general through the lens of the eye, and what sort of economic benefits did that bring? That's just one very small example. We're also seeing organizations struggle to sustain. So a lot of the interventions tend to be project related, so to the points that were made earlier around funding. So we go in, we fund projects for 3 years, we walk away and say that's great. So when you want to make systemic change, you need proper long-term investment. We have to be ready to do that. We have to be ready to make that infrastructure ready for others to innovate across. So, yeah.
And that's a point that, of course, we're hearing a lot made as well across Brussels of late, and the Prime Minister made it as well. Would you like to weigh in there, Martin, to anything you've heard before I bring in the Chairman? After, yeah. So I'd like to pick up on the point that Isabel made there about protecting the worker and the future of the employee. How do you plan to make sure that you can get it right, get the balance right, and make sure that coming to Bosch for employees is still a pleasant place to be?
Employees are attracted by companies or distracted, right? So with today's time, where you want to employ the best people, you have to give an environment where people not only feel safe but see an excitement in their work, right? I mean, we talk about both areas, not only the development areas where people are working with the most modern tools. If you don't provide the most modern tools and you don't have them because you say, oh my God, this tool we can't use because of that regulation or this complexity or this thing, I mean, they will go somewhere else or found a startup and do it themselves with that tool, right? Very simple as that. So every company needs to be very attractive for their employees, and the same thing applies for people who are working in manufacturing environments. People want to be trained and learn what the newest technologies are about. And by the way, if you don't train and learn your people what this is about, they become afraid. And that's always this discussion that AI may be the first technological innovation that finally will come to such a high productivity gain that we lose jobs. Because let's be honest, so far we had just the Nobel Prize about the history of economy. Most innovations in the past didn't bring us a cut of jobs. They brought us more jobs. And I'm still believing also when I look at AI, and we just heard it also from the professor, the final say is still open. If not, AI will generate more tasks and more important jobs for human beings, so that in the end there will be more jobs. The question is, how does the transition look? And that's always a fearful thing, because there is always, in each technical revolution, there's always people losing jobs, and there's other people gaining completely new jobs that didn't exist before. And this transition, we need to be careful that we don't lose too many people. We need to bring them back in their learning capability, because that's the human thing we have. Every human can learn. And by the way, AI is a fantastic tool to help learning, because you can't imagine how good a teacher AI can be. So that's what we do, for example. We have trained now since years thousands of our employees what this is about, what the tools can do. We are unlocking tool platforms for all employees. So we are the ones buying 350,000 implementations of certain AI tools and unlocking them for everybody in Bosch, because it's important for us that even if in your job you don't use it, maybe you use it in private, because maybe in half a year this tool will come and reach your job. So I think we need to run this journey and not have people surprised.
And Commissioner, as a veteran Commissioner, are you excited about this transition and this new AI-driven economy here in Europe, or are you a little bit nervous?
Well, we will have to manage this transition, and we were hearing a lecture on Schumpeterian creative destruction, and that's exactly what we are facing. We are facing another disruption. If we connect the dots properly, it can be very beneficial, because on one hand, we are worried about aging population, about shortages of workforce, and so on. On the other hand, we are worried about job destruction which AI may create. The question, if we manage to connect those two dots, where, in a sense, look where our skills and labor shortages are those the jobs we are able to replace with AI? And it may be very far from a perfect match, unfortunately. But so we need to look also at what kind of opportunities we provide, what it then means for a work environment, as colleagues both from employers and employees side already were talking, what it may possibly mean for taxation, what are the factors of production, how do we tax them. So this disruption will create many questions and issues which we as a policy makers will have to address, and will have to manage this transition. But if we manage it right, it can provide substantial productivity, and with that prosperity boost.
Okay, it's all about managing it right. Martin?
Yeah, can I pick up on that? Sure. Because Professor Aguillon mentioned Denmark, right? He really likes Denmark because of their flexicurity system. So the Nordic countries have the highest rate of job turnover in the EU. Not many people know that. They also have the highest rate of work participation in Europe. And they have a very high rate of technological adoption. These things go together, right? So there's a point here which the Danish system and the Swedish system do well, which is to make change safe for individuals. You know, protect people, not the jobs, is sort of a tabloid way of putting it. But if I can broaden a little bit out from that, it's an example of how the sort of thing, the sort of policy that the AI revolution calls on European countries to carry out, it's stuff that we needed to do anyway for other reasons. So making it easier to change jobs so that you can move from low productivity to high productivity jobs, that's one of them. Having a deep and liquid capital market is one of them. We've been talking about this for ages, but it's also one of the reasons why these hyperscalers can raise a lot of finance in the US. Third thing, to unify the single market for products and services. Again, these companies in the US or in China can get the money because they know that they can increase sales fast. And this is something we're not doing. But all of these things we knew we had to do. So this is just one more growth opportunity that could be unlocked if we do the right things. So kind of have to get on with it. Can I have 30 more seconds? There's one thing we are not really combining into that agenda enough. Prime Minister Frieden mentioned it. It's public procurement, using public procurement. The public sector is big in all European countries. Just to make it concrete, I'll take an example from the UK. Not an EU country, I know, but give it 10 years and it'll be back home. I think. The NHS is the National Health Service is one of Europe's largest employers. They have a lot of data. And they are working with Palantir to organize that data and in talks of even further contracts. So, okay. a lot of national health systems in Europe will be in the same situation, right? How do we make better use of the data we have? Which is better than any data in the US health system. So the question we should ask ourselves is, do we really need to work with a company whose founder and CEO are not friends of European values, to put it in a polite way? Or could we try to use this power of public procurement, the money involved, the access to data involved, which is very attractive to companies, to try to promote European solutions? That, of course, they don't exist at the moment. That's why the NHS goes with Palantir. But they're not going to exist unless there's demand for them. So the question to ask is, how important is it to be quick, and how important is it to be right? And to me, at least, I worry that this rhetoric of a race makes us kind of run headlong into the first solution rather than asking, well, where can we afford to be patient? Maybe not with Mythos and Anthropic. We maybe need to secure our banks. But maybe health data, okay, if it takes a year longer to procure a European solution, then maybe it's worth waiting that year, but get something that fits our preferences better. And I think this goes across a lot of areas.
I want to give a positive note for the UK there on the data use in the NHS. We are not in this business, but it's remarkable, actually, that there is prediction models, for example, available. What is your risk of getting a heart attack or with your parameters you have? You can key that in and you get your prediction. That's all based on UK data. Why that? Why is that not based on German data, on French data? Because we have the same human beings, right? And by the way, the healthcare system is also great. But forget the use of health data like they have done in the UK. And guess what? So we don't have that model. Yeah, we just don't have it. The UK is providing it nicely, thank you very much. So every doctor uses it in Europe and, by the way, globally. But that shows, that's actually an old technology model, right? That shows that if you don't use your data, you will not get better healthcare. And this will be a decisive thing. How can we use the data of individuals? This is the most sensitive data we have, our health data, right? How can we use that and still be protected as individuals? And I think it can be done. It must be done in Europe. It must be done in Europe.
And on that point, in fact, of data, we have a question from the audience, from Slido, for yourself, in fact, on this issue of data. And the question is, can we make European economic data freely available in a manner available to similar to the US FRED database? It could help us accessing it. Now, it's via paid for services like Bloomberg and LSEG.
I didn't catch the end, sorry.
So it would really help us assessing it via paid for services like Bloomberg and LSEG.
So this is making more data freely available to the citizen from the government? Yeah. Or open data in general, maybe. So one of the initiatives that we are supporting UK government on is making available a national data library. So this would be data that could be used for innovation, can be used by the citizen, is freely available in order to stimulate that innovation, in order to show transparency, make that data available to all so that everybody can actually benefit from it, not just a siloed approach.
I'm just curious on this conversation, just hands up in the room, who is happy to share their data for the sake of European competitiveness and innovation in AI and tech? Hands up.
Anonymized or not anonymized?
Okay, interesting. Super, I always love to hear or get the kind of the feel from the room. You both want to weigh in here? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Part of this answer already just both wanted to raise this point. Part of this answer is the anonymization of data, because that's what also AI Act is foreseeing in the European Union, that yes, we will need to have access to data to train our AI models, or otherwise we'll just don't have them. That's very clear. But then the question is that for that purposes you can as well use anonymized data, and then it's not your personal data in that sense that it cannot be connected back to you personally, but it still provides a data mass which AI models need.
Martin, and then Isabel. Yep.
Just very quickly on this. I mean, the question I think mentioned Fred, right, which is
Yes.
the Federal Reserve Bank of, I can't remember which one of the regional Federal Reserve Banks data service. It's the best. It's better than Eurostat, which is better than the UK Office for National Statistics website. It's just an example. It's just an example of how governments can use these new technologies. I mean, if you can do vibe coding, then surely the Commission could improve Eurostat, for example. But I just wanted to put into this, you need to make the data available, but do we have to make them available to all the companies in the world, or could we put in a European preference here?
That is a good question to reflect on. And Isabel, would you like to tackle it?
Yeah, of course. I think we have to be well aware that the use of data is the use of your identity. So it's not something that, could go in always good hands. It could also go in bad hands, crock. Your picture could be used and abused. And in particular of women, by the way, back to one point I mentioned. So it's not something trivial to give out your data. You have to know who is going to use it. You have to have the possibility to say no. You have the possibility to say not for that purpose. And I think at the workplace is exactly what we see. On health and safety, that's even worse because you don't know in which hands your data will go. They are centralized at the national level, of course, and it's good like that. But the key word is the protections of those data so that those data are not going in the wrong hands. Example, clear example, the change of administration in the US. Elon Musk having the task of simplification, deregulation, shut it down and accessing a large range of data which are not data that are public, but are or went, and still are, not used for the purpose they should have been used. There is a big business to access data for insurance purposes, for example. So it's not trivial. Please try things before raising your hands and say, hey, I'm going to share my data for AI innovation. Please, think twice.
Bit of a co-share there from Isabel. Louise.
Just to come in on a point there. I mean, yeah, GDPR was amazing, and people toed the line and got in line with it, and that was led by Europe. What we're actually seeing to this point about control, individual control over their data, we're seeing the development of one of the protocols or standards that we steward at the ODI is called SOLID. And this is around actually me having my data or data about me held in my vault, my safe, whatever you want to call it, and me permissioning access, not for my data to leave the vault, but for me to permission and revoke access so that you don't end up having this central repository of data, which can be very, very dangerous in times when we do have the instability we have. So distributed, decentralized architectures, enabling people to have control is extremely important as well. But also encouraging them to share that data if it's of use for medical research, etc.
And just moving from that item of data to that of employment, a lot of questions on that topic. And we've one for yourself, Stefan Hartung. As an industry leader, what do you think of the prospects for employment? There are worries about companies not hiring enough junior employees anymore, which would, of course, create a shortage of seniors in the future.
Yeah, so I also hear that quite often, that there's a rumor that companies don't hire young people because these young people are not very capable and this can be done by AI systems. I mean, first of all, that's a thesis, that's not reality, because normally young people, when they come, as an example, from a trade training or from university, normally these are most knowledgeable people you can get. So it's for me quite interesting that you think then people are 24 years at the maximum brain speed, that these people are much weaker than AI systems, and people like me, 60 years old, we can be better. Oh, quite interesting thought. On the other hand, young people become older, and you need a pyramid of age in your workforce population at all times. So it would be, from my sense, completely wrong if you do that. Yeah, you need to get the best talents ever today, and you need to work hard to get them. And by the way, they don't only pop up in Europe at the European universities, they also are generated and start existence anywhere in the world. And you need, as a company right now, to really fight hard to get the best people. It's the opposite, because in the age of AI, the quality of your people is decisive for your future success. And the young people entering your company, you want to have the best ones. They should be better than yourself, right, in the potential. Right? They are different than yourself, definitely, but you should try to get the best of the best, yeah, and not even think a second like, oh yeah, maybe the juniors we don't need. Oh, you need them desperately, I tell you.
Just to add to that, I mean, I've heard the same rumour, but actually I also heard a rumour that said we did try that, we didn't bring people in at the bottom, and by God did we suffer for it, because actually bringing people further up, they don't understand why the machine might make the decision it makes. And we need people to be able to stress test the integrity of the AI, and if you don't actually understand what's happening underneath, what the process is, your people have to start at the base and build up those skills.
Isabel, any trends you're seeing there?
I do think that it's very important to see that to link the innovations and the technical innovations and the transformations of AI with quality job. So I do think that it's very important to attract those talents, but all that is needed also for those talents to work and to be a very attractive workplace. And to be a very attractive workplace, you have to make sure that you provide for the workers not only fair remunerations, good working conditions, but also the possibility, of course, to take part in the development of the enterprise in terms of being informed, consulted, and to be able to negotiate collectively collective agreements with you in terms of driving this innovation that should deliver for the workers. Just to make sure the AI Act itself has identified the workplace as a high risk. All the more important that the businesses take on board that these high risks has to be tackled, and that the protection that are needed to prevent those risks to happen and not to act ex post when the risk has materialized, which is too late, to prevent those risks to happen and to make sure that whatever is used in terms of device at the workplace is not endangering the workers. And to change in the current deal that has been done or agreed yesterday on the omnibus on the AI Act, to take away the machinery directive from the scope, also to take away the protective equipment directive from the scope, will not help, definitely not help, to better protect the workers here. And I do think here that there is a big mistake done in terms of trying to prevent those protections to happen. And it is not because the machinery directive will do it again. It is not in the machinery directive yet, so it's not about simplification either. So I would like to plead very much that the protections of the workplace and the way the workers have to work is taken on board very seriously when a technology is introduced and used in the workplace.
Well, we can't mention this point without hearing from
there's nothing against that point, General, but there's one thing I want to mention on this general question of risks. Because that's a thing that is kind of sneaking into our head that we, as the regulators, the governments, the companies, the whatever, we are responsible to make life risk-free. And I tell you, that's not going to happen. And by the way, it would be a very boring life. That's called paradise. And in paradise, you don't learn and you don't decide. You don't decide between good and bad anymore. You go back in history, right, to the first day. Not a good idea. Life is risky from the moment you stand up. Any action you do is to be managed with a certain risk. we don't want to minimize risk in a way that we don't want to be at life risk and then directly come into all kinds of special things. So there is a certain things like social insurance, there's safety rules, there's all kinds of things. But when we talk about application of new technology, let's not please first focus on how risky it is, but first ask the question how beneficial it is. Because in the end, we will take risk if the benefit is correct. We will not take the risk if the benefit is nothing. Yeah, and that's normally economically done. Why? Because no consumer will pay me any money for a product which is not giving a benefit, but at the same time being at risky. Nobody buys that thing, right? And so finally, there is already a regulation, which is the greatest regulation I have is my consumers. My consumers are deciding on my product and services in a very harsh way. If they don't like it and don't see it as beneficial, they just don't buy it. I'm going out of business.
Isabel, you do not agree with a word you've heard, but you're getting a clap, Stefan, so there we go.
Yeah, I just have to react. The first obligations of an employer is to provide a safe workplace. So nothing along the line of putting the risk on the workers. That has been done by Uber and the like, trying to escape the responsibility of being an employer, willing to be intermediaries, and putting the risk on the workers that are becoming at once sort of self-employed. Nothing along the line of fair remunerations or safety at the workplace. And the risk is put up to modern slavery to the workers. So nothing along the line of that should be developed in the European Union. And this is the reasons why we have a directive to protect workers in the platform economy. And the last point you mentioned, everyone can buy a product which is unsafe if there is no regulation. And this is the reasons why in the European Union, the conditions to put a product on the market is that product is safe. Differently than in the US. In the US, you can put a product on the market and it's by bad luck. The risk is put on the consumer and the risk materializes at the consumer has to go to court. That's not the model we have in the European Union. And that's not the model we want to have. And again, place at the workplace, I can understand that not all the risks can be covered, but the obligations of the employers is to provide a safe workplace. And this is not something that trade unions will compromise on.
As you can see, it's getting heated up here. If you want to get involved, the microphone can be also taken to you to your place. I'd like to hear from Louise and Martin. And Commissioner, if you have anything to add at any stage, just give me the nod. Louise?
Absolutely. I mean, everything needs to work for everyone, and people do need to feel safe, whether they're employees or our citizens or our children. So that's, we absolutely need to continue to have those high values. I do think we need to be proportionate when it comes to risk. So if we're looking at a high-risk situation, well, then we need to have rigor and scrutiny and audit over that. So let's say it was a high-risk health issue, for example, that we were trying to apply AI to. I do think that there is other opportunities or use cases that are much lower risk that may not necessarily require the same scrutiny. And I just think that we need to be pragmatic because otherwise we will end up going around in circles and, putting in blanket regulation that actually makes innovators fearful to innovate here in Europe. And what they do is they head across to California, they got a lot of money, and it is cowboy world. It is cowboy world, but it's the complete opposite to what we've got here. So I do think we need to be proportionate with risk, and we now allow innovation to flow.
Okay, we have a point there in the audience. I'll just bring you down a microphone. We have about 4 minutes left on the clock, because I imagine people here... You have a microphone? Can you go? People are probably getting a bit hungry. Over there. Can you go? Go. Oh, you have a microphone.
It works.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. Can you please stand up and just introduce yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Marie Cormont. I work for Civil Society. And I have 2 questions. I would like to ask the panelists if they expect working time to be shortened and if they expect taxation to be changed so that robots and machines are taxed.
Okay, two perfectly short questions. Any other points or comments? Yeah, gentleman here in the front. Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, Thomas Schaaf, policy advisor from Germany. So taking the last minutes of debate, I think we have to think about taking the machinery directive, saying saving life and limb if you use a product in the market. So we have to discuss what does save life and limb means in the digital age. So this is, I think, not synchronous in the AI Act on the one hand and the machinery directive on the other hand. So the second point is if you talk about, or question, when we talk about data usage, we have to also consider the single market effect of proprietary ecosystems. So what is the advantage, for example, if you have a content-based mechanism like Google, etc., they are able to use data what smaller companies not have because they don't have this popularity to get consent on that. So I think we have to sort this out as well. Thanks.
I see we've triggered a lot of food for thought for the imminent lunch break. I'd like to invite you all just to kind of reflect on what you've heard there and summarize, if you may as well, the panel. Martin, you look eager there. You want to start?
Well, I would just remark that we've had a very European debate here, right, on the sort of usual issues. You know, it didn't have to be about AI. It's the same things that come up, but that's right.
And we're
this
in Brussels.
Is the point I was doing. I was trying to make at the beginning that a lot of the things that AI raises are general debates and disagreements we have in Europe that we try to resolve democratically, right? But also the solutions will be quite similar to the ones we already know we need to increase growth, for example, and yet don't quite manage to do. So the problem isn't that AI is a new threat, it's that, you know, this too is something we need to reform our systems in order to make the best of. Just very quickly on the questions, taxation may well change. I don't think it will or should go on machines or robots, but I think we need to think about the burden of tax on labor versus capital. The big problem right now isn't so much that that balance is wrong in Europe, but that a lot of the money flows out of Europe untaxed because of the way the international corporate tax system works. And, you know, we suspended digital services taxes here in the hope that the US would collaborate on something. The US is not collaborating on things. So I think we need to go back to some discussion of a pan-European tax that grasps corporate taxation.
And that's a debate for another day. One I'm really interested in. Isabel, your concluding remarks and reflections on the questions, just briefly.
Yeah, on the issue of working time, what we see is the contrary. With the introductions of AI, is the intensifications of work and of the working time. So here, of course, businesses introducing AI in the workplace should also comply with the rules that are in place in the European Union in terms of working time, and there is no need whatsoever to reopen a directive. The need is for the business to comply with the working time. And I think, if I may say, because I understand it's the last possibility, my point is, of course, to redirect the discussions where the problem lies. The problem is not regulations to protect workers and citizens. The problem is for those innovations to get access to investment. And of course, this is where we understand the problem is not labor law, labor protections, not citizen protections. The problem is, of course, competition rules. And I think here the issue of state aids, for example, should be put on the table and less looking into deregulations. And clearly here what we need is, of course, to secure that this artificial intelligence development and tools and devices, they deliver for all and not just for the profit of the big business out there. They have to deliver for the citizens and they have to deliver for the workers, and they have also to comply with the rules in the way we do business in the internal market.
And that's the point we've been making all morning, how to reach that. Stefan and then Louise, Commissioner.
I mean, just quickly, I mean, we have to recognize us as the place which brings the best innovation in applied AI, right? And we need to do everything that this innovation happens in Europe for the world, and we get this done. That has something to do also with the risk question. I'll give you just two examples. If you are building compact small chainsaws to work in your garden, That's by the nature of the product a risky product, right? You won't make it unrisky, also with AI. If there is AI in it, it's still risky. A self-driving car is by nature a risky product because driving a car is risky. Driving a motorcycle may be even more risky. Let's not prevent us doing innovation also in those products using AI, because I think we are best in doing that. Europe is best in doing these.
Okay, thanks so much, Stefan. Louise, final word, if you have anything to say?
No, absolutely I do. I would say high quality data in Europe, massive advantage, amazing educated and talented people, invest and retain them, don't lose them to the US. Unlock investment, come up with incentives for investment, whether it's using some of the sort of pension funds that we mentioned this morning, and making sure that everything is interoperable and that data can flow across the ecosystem, because if it does, then the AI will work a lot better.
Perfect resume there. And now the final word, of course, with Commissioner Valdis Dombrovskis.
Yes, thank you very much. One thing we need to remember is that we have our European social market economy model, which among other things takes care of work-life balance, and we need to preserve the social market economy model also in the AI era. So that's the basics. Obviously, AI will have impact on labor market, so it may have, therefore, also impact on the taxation, and we'll have to deal with those issues. But when we are dealing with those issues, we need to keep our social market economy model in mind as a guiding principle. Thank you.
And on that point, that brings this panel discussion to an end. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists. And thank you so much for your attention, for your engagement, for your questions and your comments. Now it is time to take a break here from the BEF 2026 so you can have some lunch, network, engage as well in the thematic sessions that will be taking place, and we'll meet back here at 2. Enjoy. Bye. Great. Ooh.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
And a very, very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
Deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the ones that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups, while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next-generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
And a very, very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that, has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and Next Generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. That's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
And a very, very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
Deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that has triggered massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and Next Generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. And that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
To the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that, has triggered massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting buy results. Together, we go digital. And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
And a welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas. Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in the past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that, has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and Next Generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas. Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups, while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
To the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that, has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay, guys, 2 minutes to go. Get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has, is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and Next Generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good afternoon, everybody. Warm welcome to those of you who have been with us since the morning and to those joining us for the afternoon. I'm going to just ask everybody to please take your seats and make sure that your phones are on mute. We are about to begin. Thanks to everybody for being back, and special thank you for being back on time, because we do still have a packed afternoon of the program at the Brussels Economic Forum for you today. Now, we hope you had a good time to chat, to network, and to exchange some of the thoughts after the first half of this program. Now, just a quick reminder, you can always go on social media and use the hashtag EUBEF26. You can see it right behind me here on stage. You can also find it on your badge. Use that one for social media, but also use that one for Slido. You might want to log in now if you haven't done it yet, because for the next session and for the rest of the afternoon program, we are really looking forward to hearing from you, your questions and your thoughts. Now, we are going to shift some gears here, and from analysis we're gonna switch to imagination. In this next segment we're gonna be looking into the future with 3 bold visions for Europe in the age of AI. We will hear from 3 leading thinkers of their perspectives on how AI could impact different aspects of our lives. After these talks, you will have the opportunity to ask your questions or to share your thoughts with all 3 of them. First, we're going to hear from Daniel Susskind. He's a Mercer School Memorial Professor of Business at Gresham College. He will present to us how digitalization and AI are rewriting the rules of work and prosperity, and what that means for economies and our societies. Please give a warm welcome, Daniel. Stage is yours.
We could move to the slides, that would be terrific. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for that warm introduction and that pause to raise the anticipation. It's a great pleasure to be with you all this afternoon to talk to you about economic growth. That's what I really want to focus on in the next 15 minutes in the age of artificial intelligence. And I want to dive straight in. For most of the 300,000 years that human beings have been around, economic life was essentially stagnant. So whether you were a hunter-gatherer laboring away in the Stone Age, or somebody toiling away at the start of the Industrial Revolution, although your lives would have differed in lots of different respects, fundamentally, from an economic point of view, it would have looked remarkably similar. An unforgiving, relentless struggle for subsistence. That's the first economic fact that has defined human life until now. The second economic fact is that it was only very recently that this stagnation came to an end. Modern economic growth began just 200 years ago. And the third economic fact that has defined human life until now is that somehow we've managed to maintain this extraordinary economic ascent. Now, as time has passed, we've used this extraordinary prosperity to achieve remarkable things, freeing billions from the struggle for subsistence that haunted our ancestors, making the average human life far longer, far healthier than ever before, funding discoveries that have transformed our understanding of the world, splitting the atom, cracking the genetic code, starting to explore the stars. But this pursuit of prosperity has also come at an enormous price. The destruction of the natural environment, the desolation of local cultures and communities, the emergence of huge inequalities between those who have a share in this prosperity and those who do not. The pursuit of technologies like AI that have disruptive effects on work and politics, it's not clear yet we can properly control. And so growth presents us with a dilemma. On the one hand, it's associated with almost every measure of human flourishing. We desperately want more of it. But on the other hand, it feels like we want less of it as well. It's associated with all these challenges. We feel wrenched in 2 very different directions. What I want to do in the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, are 3 different things. The first is I want to say a little bit about how we ought to pursue more growth in the age of AI. I think if growth were to fizzle out, it would be a catastrophe. But I also want to emphasize that we've got to pursue a different type of economic growth too. And I want to give you a taste, a flavor of what it is that I mean by that. And finally, I want to finish with a provocation for you all as we look further into the future with respect to an idea known as artificial general intelligence, or AGI. So first, how do we get more growth in the age of AI? I think one of the interesting things about economic growth is that although today politicians and policymakers talk very confidently about the idea, actually we know surprisingly little about the true deeper causes of economic growth. It does, if we're honest, as a profession, remain one of the great mysteries of economic thought. That said, I do think there is one lesson that we can draw out of this sort of fog of uncertainty about the deeper causes of economic growth, and it's this. There's one fundamental lesson that I think most economists would agree upon, and it's that more growth comes from more technological progress, and more technological progress comes from discovering ever more creative, inventive, ingenious ideas about the world. And we've heard some of this argument in earlier sessions already today. Now, why does this matter for thinking about growth in the age of AI, particularly in Europe? Well, the first reason it matters is that if you listen to the way that our politicians and policymakers talk about the causes of growth, you get the sense that growth comes by doing big, impressive things in the material world. Building longer bridges, building wider roads, building more houses. That stuff's not going to harm economic growth. But if you really want to drive serious economic growth in the 21st century, you've got to focus again on that story. Growth comes from technological progress. Technological progress comes from discovering more ideas about the world. And so the question we have to ask is, if we want more growth, how do we become the sorts of societies that generate ever more creative, new, inventive, ingenious ideas about the world? And I think there are four very different ways we ought to go about doing this. The first is that we have to reform the intellectual property regime, who gets to own and control ideas in society. The second is that we need to invest vastly more in research and development. You can't expect a steady stream of new ideas about the world unless we invest heavily in their discovery. The third is we've got to make sure that people in our labor markets are going into the parts of the economy that are responsible for generating ideas. And finally, we've got to use some of these extraordinary technologies of the moment to help us generate ideas as well. So let me just focus on a couple of these. First, research and development. We can't expect more ideas about the world unless we invest heavily in their discovery. Here is R&D expenditure as a percentage of GDP around the world. Out in front, Israel investing about 5.5% of its GDP in R&D every year. Average OECD country, just under 3%. The European average, 2.24%. Again, we cannot expect a steady stream of ideas about the world unless we start to invest heavily in their discovery. Let me also, though, say a little bit about one of the more provocative ideas, that we might use our technologies themselves to help us generate new ideas. You know, in the 20th century, we became very comfortable with the idea that the best ideas we had about the world would come from the heads of smart human beings. I think instead, in the 21st century, the best ideas we have about the world are going to come increasingly from our technologies instead. And so a country's prosperity is going to depend far more on its willingness to invest in these technologies than it has in the past. What do I mean by this idea that we might use these technologies to help us generate new ideas? Well, I think a really good example of this was that we sort of caught a glimpse of this was during the pandemic, when Moderna used AI to help it generate the design for its COVID vaccine. Today, AI-generated medical interventions, it's a pretty well-established field. I think a more kind of intriguing example is one that I hope lots of you are familiar with. It's the story of AlphaFold, which developed by a team of researchers at DeepMind, the AI company, essentially solved the protein folding problem. There are millions of proteins out there in the world, in the natural world. If we want to understand how disease works and how to treat disease, we need to know the 3D shape of proteins. But figuring out the 3D shape of proteins is incredibly hard. It was said to take a good PhD student in biology their entire PhD in order to figure out just the shape of one protein. And we knew about 15% of them until recently. But what AlphaFold did was it came forward and essentially solved the protein folding problem. Figuring out the 3D shape of not just a handful of proteins, but all of them, and making them widely available to all researchers. And AlphaFold, or indeed AlphaFold 2, or indeed its creators, Demis Hassabis and others, amazingly won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for their work just a year or two ago. I think this is a glimpse of what we're going to see more and more of in the years and decades to come. The best ideas we have about the world, not coming from the heads of smart human beings alone, but increasingly coming from and supported by these technologies instead. The second reason this story that more growth comes from more technological progress comes from more ideas is important for Europe is this, which I imagine most of you are familiar with. It's the picture of the EU falling behind the US over the last couple of decades. Today, back in 2 decades ago, GDP was 17% lower here. Today, it's 30% lower. Why is that? Why has the EU fallen so far behind the US? Well, I just point you towards this line in the recent Draghi report, again, which I'm sure many of you have looked through, but I think it's very striking. In fact, it says if we exclude the tech sector, EU productivity growth over the past 20 years would be broadly at par with the US. In other words, the reason the US has soared ahead and the EU has stagnated from an economic point of view is that the US has this extraordinary technology sector, a cauldron of new, ever more creative, inventive, ingenious ideas that the EU at the moment does not. Just to put that in context, if the EU had grown at the same rate as the US over the last couple of decades, on average, people here would be almost $10,000 richer. It's a really material difference. But we cannot, and this is the point I made at the start, simply plow on in pursuit of more growth alone, because that would be to focus only on the extraordinary promise of growth and to neglect the price of growth. And in my work, I explore all the different prices that are associated with the pursuit of economic growth. The destruction of the natural environment is perhaps the most infamous, but it's also the fact that growth is associated with growing inequalities in society, that it undermines increasingly the availability of good work, that it undermines how well our political system functions, and the pursuit of growth, particularly through globalization, has led to the hollowing out of particular industries and particular places and communities that rely on those industries. And so I say the challenge for us is not simply how do we get more growth, but how do we get growth that at the same time doesn't have these harmful effects. And I think the starting point is really one of mindset, which is that if you talk to people about economic growth, the sense that you get is that all of us are sort of collectively sitting in the cabin of a train. And we can push forward on the throttle and go faster, or we can pull back and go slower. We can have more growth, more technological progress, or less technological progress, less growth. But essentially, our direction of travel is fixed by the rails that are set down for us to trundle along. And I think this is the wrong metaphor. A far better metaphor for us all to have is a nautical one. Instead, think of ourselves at sea, and we can pull up our sails and get more technological progress, more growth, or we can pull them down and get less technological progress and less growth. But we also have a huge amount of discretion over our direction of travel as well. And I think the great challenge for us is how do we as societies not simply generate more technological progress and more growth, but generate the sorts of technologies that might make us more collectively prosperous, but also at the same time don't undermine those other valuable things that we might care about. And that is a focus of my own work. And for a more practical look at how we might go about doing that, I encourage you to take a look at some of that work. But as I said, I want to finish this moment with a provocation for you all with respect to artificial general intelligence, and just look a little bit further into the 21st century. Because if you listen to the leaders of the large technology companies, whether it's Demis Hassabis, who we just saw at DeepMind, Dario Amodei at Anthropic, Sam Altman at OpenAI, all of them are telling us roughly the same thing, which is that within 5 to 10 years, we are going to build systems that can outperform human beings at all economically useful tasks that we do. Now, I know the instinct is to want to dismiss these sorts of claims as science fiction. And I do think there are really good reasons not to take these sorts of claims at face value, not least the strong financial interest that some of these companies have in talking up the capabilities of their technologies. But nevertheless, as we think deeper into the 21st century, I think there are good reasons to take this sort of scenario seriously. And let me just share 3 of these reasons. The first are just the extraordinary financial resource we are putting into the pursuit of AGI. You know, we have never invested so much in the pursuit of a single technical problem as we're investing in the pursuit of AGI. We will invest just this year alone something like twice what we invested during the entire decade-long Apollo project to put man on the moon. The second reason I think to take AGI seriously is the fact that just so many extraordinarily talented people are going into this field. I was really struck by this chart a few years ago in the Washington Post, showing that in 2022, the proportion of bachelor's degrees in computer science was neck and neck for the first time in history with the proportion of bachelor's degrees in all of humanities combined. There's a real sense in which, in the US and other parts of the world, we're currently reorganizing higher education in pursuit of these increasingly capable technologies. And the third thing, of course, alongside these inputs is that we are making, extraordinary progress. Again, struck by this piece recently in the Financial Times, and I've seen this in my own work, a sense that progress is so swift in so many different directions, we're running out of reliable benchmarks with which to monitor that progress. And so I say all of this in closing, not to say that AGI, the idea that we might build systems that can outperform us at everything that we do, not to say that that sort of outcome is inevitable, but do I think it's possible? I do. Do I think it's a scenario we ought to be entertaining, we ought to be thinking through the consequences of, not simply for growth, but also for the impact on the labor market and all the other dimensions that these technologies are likely to affect society. So asking this question, what if we succeed? What if AGI? Seems to me to be a really important question. And I find it really striking as I talk to different groups and politicians and policymakers and business leaders, how few are taking this sort of scenario seriously. Again, not simply for what it means for growth in the age of AI, but what it might mean for, more generally, how we work and live together in society. So I will finish there. Thank you very much, everyone, and I look forward to hearing some reflections and taking some questions as well. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Thanks for this, and we're gonna go together now to hear the next speaker, Milagros Micheli, who is the research lead at the Distributed AI Research Institute. With her expertise in AI ethics and societal impact, she will bring her answer to a key question: what are the effects of AI revolution on our societies and the future of work? Now, unfortunately, she could not be here with us in person in Brussels, but she is joining us otherwise. So let's get to the second vision.
Good afternoon. My name is Milagros Micheli. I am a sociologist and a computer scientist. And despite not being able to be there today in Brussels, I wanted to send this video actually as a provocation or as a starting point for the discussion that will take place today. And I want to start with an example. So some of you might remember that in 2018, Amazon released a new concept for shopping and they called it the Just Walk Out supermarkets or Just Walk Out shops. And the idea behind that is that the whole process that in regular shops and supermarkets is sustained by human workers, cashiers, and people who work at the shop, in this case was going to be automated. And that's how this new concept was marketed. Well, it turns out, and this was discovered last year, that the whole process was not as automated as it appeared to be. Actually, Amazon had the shop monitored by remote workers located in India that, of course, were getting a fraction of the salary that a regular worker or a supermarket worker in California would get. There are many other examples of this so-called automation, so false automation, cases in which, transcription apps that are supposed to be AI-powered are not so much AI-powered, but there are remote workers doing actually the work behind the scenes. Waymo, the driverless cars, or supposedly driverless cars, well, this year in January, it was discovered, and the company admitted it, that in some cases, remote workers in the Philippines intervened and drove those cars remotely. So these examples show actually two important things. The first one is that AI is not replacing workers, and nobody is going to get fired because of AI, despite of the general discourse. The people who are getting fired because of a managerial decision. AI, in most of those cases, is just the excuse. And the second thing that these examples show is that no automation is completely autonomous, that AI needs of permanent human input, something that we call, or an occupation that we call data work. As you might have heard, data is the fuel of AI, but data doesn't just appear magically, doesn't just grow on trees. Data workers are the ones who collect, interpret, sort, and label that data so that it can be used for training purposes. Data workers also supervise AI models after training, correcting mistakes in what is called reinforcement learning. And sometimes, as we have seen in those examples that I mentioned at the beginning, they impersonate AI models. They keep the system running actually when there is no automation or when automation doesn't work as planned. Most of you, however, have never heard of data workers, but that is not because they are rare in numbers. In fact, the World Bank estimates that there are up to 430 million data workers around the world, almost as many as the total population of the European Union. There are a lot of people. But you probably haven't heard of them because they are kept hidden. They are kept hidden within the AI industry. Most of them are in places far away from the fancy and glamorous office of big tech companies. They are hired through outsourcing companies and platforms, working for miserable wages with no security or stability, often subject to unpaid time and wage theft, unrealistic goals and targets sustained by algorithmic management, and most of them carry psychological scars from dealing with disturbing content present in the data that they handle. It is odd that AI data workers as a workforce are so little discussed, given that they are the backbone, actually, of the fastest growing industry in our time, right? Well, a quick look at the working conditions in the sector is enough to understand why the tech industry wouldn't want to reveal their presence or would want to keep them hidden. But also, they need to remain hidden so that the tech industry can keep up the fantasy of completely autonomous systems that were completely detached from human input. So if you reveal that actually data workers, human workers, millions, hundreds of millions of them are sustaining your technology then doesn't appear as magical. And so that those supposedly completely autonomous systems can continue to be used as an excuse for mass layoffs and precarization. The Amazon supermarkets and the other examples that I mentioned here show that AI, in reality, doesn't take anybody's jobs. Workers are still massively needed, but the trend is to remove them from the public eye, so remove them from the supermarket where everybody can see them and talk to them. And hide them in places where labor is cheaper, where they can keep them detached from the actual purpose of their labor through outsourcing and through platformization. So the conclusion is AI doesn't take jobs, but what it does is enabling the displacements of workers to the shadows where precarization is less evident. Thank you.
So much. Thanks so much to Milagros and for making it possible, even though she couldn't be joining us here in Brussels herself today. Now, we're going to bring our final speaker and his vision. He'll challenge us to think about the environmental costs of AI. I'm going to welcome here on stage Philip Hacker. He's Chair for Law and Ethics of the Digital Society at the European University Viadrina. He will tackle one of the biggest tensions of our time. You have it there. Can we harness AI without compromising environmental sustainability? And just going to quickly remind everybody before you start that you can still send your questions and comments to all of the speakers, and we're going to be waiting for them right after the presentation of this vision.
Thank you. Thanks for the great introduction. Thank you for the brilliant talks that we have heard. And I think my own perspective ties in quite nicely to what we've heard before. Daniel has already told us about some of the economic and environmental consequences of growth. Right now, we've heard about social sustainability, and I will be coming back with a slightly deeper dive on the relationship between competitiveness on the one hand and sustainability on the other hand. Why is that important? Because oftentimes these days, these two concepts are portrayed as opposing forces, as if you can have either competitive AI economy or more environmental sustainability. I want to challenge this notion together with you, and I want to say that in fact, these concepts need not be in tension. They can be mutually reinforcing, but only if the right set of parameters and policies are in place. So let's have a look first at the urgency of the problem. Is this really something we should care about? And I will argue that yes, indeed we should. And then we'll look at some of the possible policy responses and try to chart a path forward for an AI economy in Europe that is sovereign, sustainable, and competitive. So let's have a look. First, the urgency of the problem. You know, data is hard to come by. Data about the impact of AI on the economy, because most of the data is simply not shared with us by the leading AI labs. But here are some figures. So for example, data centers, which of course power a lot of the AI revolution, data centers are consuming already now 1.5% of the entire global electricity consumption. So you might say 1.5%, that's not too much. I mean, it's not 80%, right? But 1.5% on a global scale, that is a huge amount of energy. It's more than the entire country of Luxembourg. It's more than the entire country of Belgium. It's as much as, you might have guessed that, as the entire country of France. So that is a huge number in the ballpark here. And when we look at AI more specifically, again, it's hard to come up with aggregate numbers because companies are not forced to disclose them. But we can look as researchers into individual AI artifacts. And some great researchers, colleagues of mine with whom I'm also collaborating, Sasha Lucioni and others, they have made calculations. How much energy do you need to make one AI image? What do you think? Any guesses? How much energy do you need for that? You need as much energy as charging your entire smartphone. Now, with hundreds of millions of users doing this on a daily basis, this adds up quite significantly. So next time that you want to generate that beautiful, cute little image for your kids before bedtime, think twice. Use your own pencil. First takeaway for today. So this is only what happens right now. The question is, how do we look at this into the future? How do we extrapolate from what we have? And I'm going to share with you a graph. It looks a little bit like the graph that Daniel showed about, economic growth, and then it's going staggeringly upwards. This looks a little more complicated, though, and it is quite complicated. I have to say, it's a bit puzzling. But I'll explain to you what it is. So it's projections taken from different economic and academic papers about the future energy consumption of data centers. You have the time scale, you have the energy scale, and you can see two main things here. So the first one is, there's a lot of disagreement. There is a huge disconnect, actually, between the different estimates. This is due to the fact that we do not have access to a lot of the data that would be necessary to calculate this. And here I do have to look at the European regulators and legislators, because some of this, if I put my nerdy legal hat on for just a second, comes from provisions in the Energy Efficiency Directive, which treat important information about individual data center consumption as trade secrets. Now, I think this really urgently needs to change, because A, this was integrated as part of a large industrial lobbying effort, and B, if we look at these figures, that's so important for us as a society, for our energy and economic future. We have a right to know about this, And so that's the first fact. The second fact about this is all of this is pointing upwards. It's massively pointing upwards. The degree to which it goes upwards is slightly different, but if we just pick one study from a median trajectory, we're not picking the most extreme one, data centers in the EU in the next 9 years could consume up to 5.7% of our total energy. That's a whole lot for a pretty small sector. And in fact, the problem is that you have global emissions, but local effects. And those are concentrated in a few hubs where the data centers are located. For example, in Dublin. In Dublin, already now, 80%, now you have your 80%. 80% of the energy is consumed by data centers, which led quite famously to a moratorium of data center build-out in Ireland. And we'll see in just a second what they've done about it. The fact that this data center growth is, on the one hand, necessary for sovereign inference, for using data for AI calculations in Europe, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the negative effects that it can have on local communities, etc., leads to some important trade-offs and some choices we need to make. First is about grid prioritization. Lots of different players, large entities, are waiting to be connected to the grid, to the electricity grid. In fact, more than 1,700 gigawatt of renewables are in queue to be plugged into European electricity grids. That's enough to power all of the data centers, according to the last slide, even if we have these wild, trajectories going upwards. There are thoughts right now to prioritize data centers and to say data centers, whenever they come up, let's prioritize them. They're important for our economy. And I would agree they are important. We need more compute in Europe, but not at all costs, right? We need to make sure that they do not derail the energy transition that is equally important here in Europe. And we have industrial use cases as well that are not out there just for fun, but which are tied to real jobs. So in my view, let's keep the priorities as they are, first ready, first served. Let's not over-prioritize data centers. Second point is, we have a strain, as I already said, on local resources with electricity grids, etc. So we need to make sure that where data centers are added, they're added in a way as to minimize the kind of fallout that they can have. And one specific fallout or negative externality that they have is this. Does anybody recognize this picture? It's gas turbines installed on one of xAI's data center facilities. Because data centers do need a lot of energy, and they need it on a continuous basis, and hence, to plug gaps within the current electricity grid, companies are increasingly installing gas turbines on these premises. That's bad for two reasons, and this is a trend that's already starting in Europe as well. First, those are some of the dirtiest technologies we have, so it's really bad for mitigating climate change. The second one is, when we import gas, the geopolitical moment right now is showing us any minute that this is importing dependence on foreign powers and foreign decision-making. We need to step up our energy game in the sense of renewable energies, because energy that is from renewables is energy sovereignty in Europe. So here are my thoughts about this. We actually talked a lot about constraints, and we talked a lot about problems. But I think when we think hard about the AI stack and our energy future, we can find this sweet spot where we have in Europe a strategic opportunity. Why? Let's not pretend, I think, that we can beat the US or China in scaling large frontier language models. That train has very likely left the station. If you talk to AI researchers, talk to industry, you know, we're making great efforts in Europe, but it's very unlikely that the next Mythos model will come out of Europe. And we all know this, I think. But we can lead on other frontiers. There are many different frontiers in AI. And one different frontier is small general-purpose AI models. It's task-specific models that we need for a lot of industrial use cases, predictive maintenance, process optimization, etc. They're trained on industrial data. And effectively, what you can do is you can try to lead in Europe, and we can, on efficient and sustainable AI. And that can be a trademark. And that's not only good for the environment, it's also cheaper in a financial sense. And I'll show you just in a second how this can work. So the impetus for policymakers and for business leaders would be to say, let's reserve funding, let's place some high-risk, high-reward bets on alternative paradigms on, such as JEPA. You know, this was mentioned this morning by Philippe Aguillon, Yann Lequin coming back, different architectures rather beyond LLMs, beyond the transformer paradigm, task-specific and smaller models. Why is this important? Because I think, and many AI researchers that I work with would agree, that we have a new kind of stack that's arising in the AI economy. You have up on top an orchestration layer, which is basically your latest flagship frontier model, your Opus, Gemini, you name it, GPT 5.5. And that is used for reasoning, planning, and task routing. But you cannot route every single task, every single detail about when is my secretary's birthday or whatever, through that model. Rather, lots of these tasks will be routed to smaller models, to more task-specific models. Because companies are seeing already now that when you route all of your agentic queries and all of your workflow through the large model, it churns and burns through tokens like hell. And in fact, we know that models at the moment, the large frontier models, they're heavily cross-subsidized, right? They're not priced at marginal cost. Rather, what we can see in the future is that either these models will become even more expensive, or they will deteriorate in quality, because they're not on a sustainable growth path right now. So it's really important that we in Europe try to lead in this subdivision where we still have a decent chance, small task-specific models. How can we do that? I have 3 suggestions to you. But the first and second one are basically already, we talked about funding, we can talk about a comprehensive CO2 pricing scheme, but I want to go along the AI stack with you right quick. We have the infrastructure level, we have the model level, and we have the user level. And I have one suggestion for each of these stack items. So the first one would be to invest in sustainable AI infrastructure, to minimize the extent to which we're exposed to gas turbines and other types of fossil fuels. And how does this work? To make sure that when data centers are connected to the grid, they need to show that a certain high percentage, for example, 80% of their energy comes from renewables, and not only from any renewables, but again, we don't know how much these models consume, particularly on inference, because the AI Act, which is something that I deal with in my daily life, the AI Act, for example, does not force AI providing companies to disclose these figures. However, that's really important because markets thrive on information. Information asymmetry is a known cause for market failure. So what we need for downstream developers and for the end users is those figures. And thankfully, there is, again, an example of how that can work. It's the AI Energy Score. It's a project that was done by researchers, independent researchers, who are looking into models that they have access to. Open source models, not the closed models, open source models, to frame them basically in an AI label for energy. Remember the last time you bought a fridge, you had that energy label? Well, if you can have an energy label for a fridge, this is your energy label for AI models. And if it can be mandated for fridges, we can mandate it for AI models as well. Third point, users. Information only gets you so far if you don't have a real choice. Well, at the moment, what happens when you write a prompt? It is often automatically routed to a certain model. And that makes a huge difference. Reasoning models, or models with a reasoning mode, consume up to 700 times more energy than their non-reasoning counterparts. And increasingly, people are caring about these negative externalities. So if you're a person who says, I want to use a low-impact model, you should be able to do that via a simple green toggle. Not only clicking on deep research or reasoning on, you should also have that option as a consumer. So those are my 3 suggestions. And I think, to sum up, the time to act is right now. Again, on 3 levels. First, frontier large models. Those are not the ones where Europe is leading, and we will not be leading for a long time in this. But we need access to them. We desperately need access to them, because this is important for our economy. How do we do this? We need compute for sovereign inference, and we need to leverage strategic interdependence. We can be strong in Europe if we make our points, if we stand together. This was said this morning, and in fact, what we have is strategic players, ASML, for example. We have access to the European market, so we do have the cards to speak with a famous US person. Second, we have to lead in small and specialized models, but we need to move fast here, make large bets, moving public and private money into these sectors, because the large AI labs are already working on this at a fast pace. And finally, we need to have more data centers, but with our high environmental standards. And I'll give you one point why this is important for competitiveness. There's a recent study, empirical study, that shows that when data centers are coupled with higher environmental standards, they are accepted by the local communities. And that's really important, because if they're not accepted, then as a data center operator, you spend the first 5 years litigating the hell out of these communities in court. You're being challenged all the time. This is not good for competitiveness. So again, we can make this work by having higher standards, which leads to greater acceptance in communities. And finally, the thought really is, if we don't do it, who else is going to do it? I think we owe it to ourselves, to our communities, and frankly speaking, to our kids, to make this work, to have AI in Europe that is sovereign, sustainable, and competitive. Together we can make it work. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks so much, Philip. If you could take a seat here with us, please. And we're going to take a few minutes, and we're going to check if we have questions. First, in the audience, if you do, you could raise your hand. So we have a question here on the left first, and then we're going to come here, okay? First on the left-hand side, please. There.
What would be really helpful as well is if you say...
No, further there on the left, please. Yeah, oh, okay, thank you.
If you say who you are as well.
Please, yeah, if you introduce yourself, it would be great.
Exactly, thank you.
Should be on.
Okay.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, I'm María La Torre. I'm full professor of economics in Spain and research fellow at Harvard University. Thank you very much for the very inspiring presentations. I have a question for Professor Susskind. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Yeah, once more, thank you for the presentation. From all available estimations from AI's impact on productivity, which one would you choose?
What estimates would I rely upon for? Yeah, I mean, my view. My answer to that would probably be a historical one, which is that if we're thinking about AI, as many economists do, as a general purpose technology, as a technology which has, clues in the name, lots of different uses across the economy. One of the really striking things about past general purpose technologies is how long it has taken for them to appear in the productivity statistics. So, think of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. It takes sort of 50, 60 years for the spinning jenny, the roller spinner, the power loom to start appearing in productivity statistics, and for average real wages to start rising as a result of these technological changes. So the lags in seeing really substantial productivity impacts from these sorts of technologies can be, decades. Now, that's not to say it will be the same this time, but I think it's important to have that in mind. Now, then the question is, well, why is it that these technologies take so long to appear in the productivity statistics? And the answer to that seems to be something around, well, alongside simply investing in the technologies, you've also got to invest in lots of different types of intangible capital, different ways of working, educating people on how to use these technologies, recruiting different types of, all of that takes time as well. So my main thought on the impact of these technologies on productivity is informed by the historical experience, which is that it can take a while. And so while we might not see remarkable productivity growth, at the moment, I'm, encouraged by the sort of historical examples that we will see it in years and decades to come.
Thank you. Let's take a question here in the middle first, the gentleman who was raising his hand. Yeah.
Yeah, Marcin Piaskowski, Office. Thank you for very interesting presentation. It's also for Professor Saskin. You said about AGI and you are pretty optimistic, I believe. What is your take on technological singularity, which is the next step? Because you said more growth, more ideas, and it's a loop, an forcing loop. So what do you think about technological singularity?
Yeah, than human beings across a wide range of tasks and activities, and then something called artificial superintelligence, or ASI, which isn't simply better, but vastly better. In a sense, I mean, that is where I think that things do start to drift towards science fiction. And my own view on this is that the really interesting moment is less when ASI might happen, and more when these models become better than we are at recursively improving themselves. And one of the really, in a sense, the models themselves become better at writing their own code. And it's a sort of that recursive self-improvement is something you can kind of catch glimpses of in the history of AI. But that, for me, would be the really remarkable moment. And what's interesting is that when you look at some of the frontier labs at the moment and ask them the question, well, how much of the code for these systems is itself written by these systems, the proportion is really high. So at a company like Anthropic, it appears to be around 90% of the code at the moment for Claude Code, for instance, is itself written by Claude Code. And that sort of recursive self-improvement, when you see it not just in a few settings, but more generally, seems to me to be the kind of the really, a really kind of technically significant moment. So I'm kind of less interested by ideas about artificial superintelligence and more about when we might see these sorts of moments of recursive self-improvement.
And if I can just come in there real quick, we had an exchange of ideas recently at the Frontier AI initiative of the European Commission at DG Connect, with including people from the leading US labs. And indeed, so some of them, some people say they haven't written code in months themselves, but they are coders. And recursive self-improvement is precisely what is at stake. And I think that's why it's so important for Europe to hedge our bets. It's difficult, if not impossible, to scale at the same speed as China and US is doing, simply because our VC markets and our pension fund markets, et cetera, are structured differently. Something we heard about very eloquently and very energetically this morning from Philippe Agnon. But we need to secure access to this, and we're seeing with Mythos being, rolled out in a very, restrained way, that this is a clear concern. And so Europe needs to basically come together to organize a stack of options that we have. We could also say choke points that would deter governments from countries where these leading companies are located from pushing the red button and withdrawing access from us. And so I think this is really about strategically thinking about where we can intervene in this game and where we can be part of the AI stack in ways that matter beyond the frontier models that might, in a few years' time, maybe even sooner, be recursively reinforcing, where we can really make a difference and be part of what is an essential component of the AI stack. It's not only the frontier model, there's many different frontiers, and we need to be excellent at least a number of them.
We're going to wrap it up on this note. Thank you very much for your visions and for sharing and commenting on those questions. Thank you for sending your thoughts and questions. We are going to be taking a coffee break now for half an hour, and I'm going to be waiting for all of you here at 3:30 for afternoon panel discussion. Thank you.
And investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. That's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
morning and a very, very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
The massive deployment of renewables in the past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that, has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups, while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and Next Generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
the only horizon. Providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
And a very, very warm welcome to the 2024 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
The Brussels Economic Forum brings together political leaders, practitioners, business representatives, academics, civil society, and it offers a space for open economic debate, as we believe that this is the way that we can find solutions and innovative ideas.
Geopolitical realities of external threats, unfair competition, dependencies in critical supply chains, growth of new global players, and climate change made us look for new policies and bold decisions.
Deployment of renewables in past 2 years has helped us to cut significantly our gas imports, has helped us to bring prices down to pre-war levels, and on top of that has triggered the massive investments here in Europe.
We cannot make the historical mistake to backtrack on the transition.
A lot of people want the EU to be more efficient and to be able to go a little bit further.
We must give to those affected by decarbonization the necessary tools to adjust.
Together, we are stronger, and we can only rise to the challenges ahead by being united and acting in a coordinated manner as Europeans.
Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening here in Brussels, and see you next year.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU digitalizes public services across the EU. Greece and Croatia adopt advanced technologies and innovative solutions to secure and deepen the digital connection between government and citizens and to fight cybercrime. Germany, France, Slovenia and Finland promote future-proof hospitals and expand their e-health and telemedicine capabilities by investing in new IT systems and digital platforms. Belgium, Czechia, the Netherlands and Portugal modernize their law enforcement and justice systems to ensure digital cooperation between national judicial authorities. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Good morning from Brussels. I am Alina, and today we are celebrating 25 years of the Brussels Economic Forum. Follow me. There you go. Thanks. We are just a couple of minutes away from starting, and the excitement is building up.
Okay guys, 2 minutes to go, get ready to go live.
Oh, I need to go find a seat.
It has never been more important to use every opportunity to engage meaningfully with new and existing partners across the world to build and renew win-win partnerships.
This year, there is a special exhibition showcasing key moments of the last 25 years.
Europe should not play the Chinese or the American game. Play your own game.
Climate adaptation is the new game in town for power to project itself into the future starting today.
We as the European Youth Forum are very happy to be invited and to bring the youth perspectives to the economic topics that were discussed, to really highlight the importance of the climate crisis, but also competitiveness that works for everyone and is truly inclusive.
Europe has what it takes to win this race.
So one of the very important roles that the government, the community has is actually to be orchestra director between different industry, the one that are touched by the challenge.
I think it's superb. So I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed the sparring with Christina.
I thought the level of the debate was extremely high.
Thank you for being part of the 25th anniversary of the Brussels Economic Forum. See you next year!
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Together, we embrace change, promote reforms, and leave no European behind. Next Generation EU fills the information and communications technology skills gap across the EU. Portugal creates the National Centre for Advanced Computing and supports the operation of 2 supercomputers, Deucalion and Mare Nostrum 5. Romania transforms community libraries into hubs for developing digital skills among communities with limited access to digital training and marginalized groups, while upgrading their IT equipment. Poland sets up a digital competence development center to increase the level of digital know-how of its civil society and improve the country's digitalization efforts. Next Generation EU contributes to EU digital sovereignty and enhances the competitiveness of European companies while ensuring inclusivity and accessibility for all citizens. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital. investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Digital transformation is not only about technology, it's all about change. Change is happening, and next-generation EU real-life impact becomes gradually visible. More than 16 additional households gain access to very high-capacity internet networks. More than 1.1 million enterprises receive support to develop or adopt digital products, services, and processes. More than 1.6 billion have access to new public digital services. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Brussels Economic Forum.
Europe has proven to be resilient.
So it's on one hand important to have this raw materials strategy, how we can develop mutually beneficial partnerships with resource-rich countries, allowing them to develop their own value chains, but for EU also getting access to necessary inputs.
The only horizon providing us the possibility to tackle these challenges is to have a sustainable growth.
The Next Generation EU funds provided us with the funding so that we could put our money where our mouth is and conduct those reforms.
The euro has demonstrated its resilience in confronting recent challenges in a pandemic and in a war.
What we need to do is to have ambitious and binding objectives in terms of public spending per student in our universities. Now, that's what's going to be critical in the future to address these labor market issues.
Please be engaged in the democratic process. On the 9th of June next year, we have a European election.
Investments in digital technologies and infrastructures are essential for increasing the Union's resilience and innovative potential. Next Generation EU supports high-performing, resilient, secure and sustainable digital connectivity across the EU. Estonia, Spain, France, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Portugal and Sweden invest in very high-capacity broadband networks and 5G mobile networks across the Union. Next Generation EU, temporary by design, long-lasting by results. Together, we go digital.
Welcome back, everybody. It is great to have you here with us back for the Brussels Economic Forum 2026. For all of you here joining us in the room in Brussels at the AG, please take your seats. And for everybody joining us here online, welcome back. We are still here and we're going to be just doing the next session of BAF, and we are Once again, looking forward to getting your questions and your comments and thoughts that we're going to bring to all the speakers participating here. Well, it is indeed moment and good time to start the second session, second panel of the day. For this, we are going to be zooming out to the global stage, where the race for AI leadership is indeed reshaping economies, alliances, and, in general, power dynamics. The numbers do tell the story. In 2024, the US produced 40% of the world's top AI models, while China contributed 15%, and Europe, shall we guess how many Europe did? 3. Well, you're still taking your seats. Well, it's been 3. Is Europe doomed to be the lead AI regulator, while the US and China would be lead innovators? This is what we are going to be discussing during this session: geoeconomics of AI, Europe's place in the global race. As I said, please keep those thoughts and questions coming. If you haven't done so yet, please do go to Slido on any of your browser, put the code EUBEF26, and we're going to be receiving your thoughts and questions. I've got the tablet here, ready to jump on those and bring them to the speakers. On this note, without further ado, let me introduce the speakers. Here with us today on stage is Norina Hertz, Honorary Professor at UCL Policy Lab. Frank Karliczek, CEO Nextcloud GmbH, thank you very much for being here. Eva Meidel, member of the European Parliament. Martin Skazak, Governor Bank of Latvia, thank you. And joining us remote is Johan Hanebeck, CEO Infineon Technologies AG. Can you hear us?
Yes, very well. Welcome. Hello from Munich.
Hello to you from Brussels. We can hear you very well as well. We're going to just go straight into that. And with the presentation, if you have followed the morning sessions as well and the opening addresses, there's been a lot said already about Europe's place and how, some trains there have already passed and gone, but there are still some of those that we can still jump on. And I'm going to just open this conversation with the general question to all of the speakers: where is the EU in this AI race? Because if we go in 2026, if we go with the perception that that train is gone, that's a bit of a sad place to start, isn't it? So where does the EU stand in the global AI race? And if you could give us like one key strength and one critical weakness in Europe's AI development. Let's just start with Norina. You need the mic, sorry.
I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, what is the race the EU wants to win? If the race is to build the largest frontier models, to have the most compute, to dominate in hyper cloud platforms, well, clearly Europe is behind. But if the race is to use AI most effectively so that we can leapfrog our scientific, our healthcare, our climate adaptation industries, we've got a good chance. If the race is to ensure that AI doesn't harm our children, our creators, our artists, our writers, our musicians, our democracy, our society, our climate, the EU's got a really good chance. The EU's strength is that it still asks the questions that Silicon Valley doesn't even contemplate. Who benefits? Who is harmed? Who is accountable? Its challenge is to match that public interest instinct with the industrial and financial savvy and muscle that AI will necessitate.
Frank, what do you take on that one? What do you identify as a key strength and one critical point of weakness for Europe when we talk about Europe in this global race?
First of all, I find it interesting that this is a topic like here and in similar events, because IT, cloud, was not very geopolitical in the past, right? When I do IT since the 90s, as I do, this was like not geopolitical. No one really cared about IT. It was just a commodity, comes out of the wall like electricity and water. But now, of course, we realize that IT, especially AI and cloud, is actually important and is now discussed on the highest political level, like here here. And I think it's super important that we as Europe are competitive here, because this is not only important for our economical future, but also for our society and our democracy. What I find a bit of a question is like why we are focusing so much on AI and specifically on the frontier models here. It is totally true, you gave some very scary numbers earlier, that we are lagging behind, especially on the very advanced frontier models. But there's a lot more ways for Europe to catch up here and to have competitive products. It's funny, just before this panel, I was sitting there, someone approached me from a company, was like, hey, we are doing this custom large language models with custom content, should we work together? And I was like, oh, yeah, maybe we work together in the future. So there's definitely something we can do. It is not needed for a continent to really produce everything, right? I mean, we don't do chip manufacturing here in Europe. We don't have access to rare earth materials. Obviously, I'm not saying that AI is not important, but there are also very capable open source AI models that we, for example, at Nextcloud integrate. And I think there are very, very attractive, interesting business models available here. And of course, I agree, over time, hopefully we catch up also with the advanced frontier models. But I don't think we should be so pessimistic and say, hey, there's nothing we can do in Europe because we don't have this specific capability.
But you know, it's one of these things like nobody is arguing the attractiveness of Europe in this sense and the great things that there are there. But what is being criticized is the regulation and also the speed and the scale and how this is developing and moving, right? So not the strong points and the attractiveness in itself. However, I think this is one of the things that you must be hearing a lot as the member of the European Parliament when it comes to regulation as the point of weakness on picking up that race. What's your take?
Thank you. So first of all, very happy to be joining you here today in one of the many discussions we have on this topic over the past, I would say, year. I have to say that I like the way Irina presented the race. I think this is a way that we don't often look at. And I think it's good that we also think about the race in the way Irina made the point. Second, I think there are many different races, and some of them even call them who would win the war on AI. The reason why I bring this in here is because the conversation is much broader than probably what we're going to be able to touch upon on today's discussion. Why do I say that? Is because it's not about leading in one area or another. It's a way broader way to look at the topic. Second, if I answer your question that you initially put, I would say the following. Yes, we are not leading in this global AI race that is commonly put on panels and discussions about foundational models, compute and capital. Europe is not a leader there, but this doesn't mean we are irrelevant. We are actually far from irrelevant. I think Europe's position is different, but is also more grounded in the same time. We can grasp the real opportunities when it comes to applied AI, not in competing head-on for frontier models, but we have this unique advantage in our deep industrial base, our strong research and high-quality data to embed it in sectors like manufacturing, energy, mobility, health, as was mentioned, and many others. I think this can give Europe a way more credible path in order for us to lead using AI to transform our systems, to show that we can drive productivity onshore, where our strongholds are. So that being said, I think the key strength in this industrial depth combined with trusted ecosystem, this is where Europe can lead. That does not mean we should not be investing in other parts of the ecosystem, but Europe can lead in applying AI where it matters most economically. The critical weakness for Europe, and the main weakness, I would say, irrespective of the domain, is scale. And I would be happy to further discuss this into the discussion today, because we, yes, lack the risk capital, the compute infrastructure, the capacity to turn research into global companies. So we are still in between this gap between the invention and the commercialization that still exists and impedes us and doesn't give us the ability to scale.
Would you comment, Martin, next year?
You started with kind of a very pessimistic note. Are we doomed?
Well, I try to push you provoking.
I don't think that we are doomed. Of course, we are not doomed, but we are not in a comfortable place. Okay? Yes, we are top 3. Globally, behind the US and China, but it's by no means where we want to be. I think we certainly need to pick up. And we are not celebrating today a victory. We are trying to set out a plan how to become winners or leaders in certain areas. But you asked, what are the positives, what are the negatives? I think in terms of the opportunities or positives that we have is certainly the talent. Okay? We do have talent. In terms of AI, we have some specialized models that are good, okay, that are leaders in the area. And I would also say the third thing, and that is very important in my view, is we have democratic oversight. We have kind of rules of the game. That's on the positive side. On the negative side, I would also kind of list 3 things. Point 1, energy is expensive. It's much more expensive than elsewhere. We lack infrastructure, okay? Cloud and all these kind of things are significantly behind where we should be compared to our competitors. And point 3 is financial markets. Financial markets are not fit for purpose. They are too thin, they are underdeveloped, too much bank dependent.
We're going to just hear now from Johan as well, who is remotely with us, and then we're going to go further into discussing. Johan, what's your take when it comes to where does the EU stand in the global race, and one key strength and one aspect of key weakness as you see it?
On a top level, I think we are strong in regulation in Europe, but we really need to be careful to keep the pace with this technology in terms of regulation. So the best intent can turn into a problem if it doesn't catch up or if it's not at speed with the technological development. Furthermore, I think our basic research is still absolutely a strength, but once it comes to scaling and to adopting AI, I think we need to clearly speed up. And I would offer a little bit more nuanced picture, and I like this picture where we start with generative AI, and yes, it's all about models, foundational models and GPUs, but then it goes into agentic AI, and then it goes to physical AI. And agentic AI, everybody can do. You don't need to have your own foundational models. And the real opportunity for Europe is physical AI, because that is linking the capabilities and the experiences and all the competences we have in Europe in the mechanical engineering, in designing very, very complex systems, to combine that with AI. And that's a huge, huge opportunity. And by the way, there I'm very happy to explain over the course of the discussion how the European semiconductor industry is contributing to that, because that's much more than just GPUs.
If anybody wants to... Let me then continue. Let me go with...
Yeah, I would like to chip in,
to pick up, because
okay. Actually, on what the governor said earlier, because I do believe that those discussions are a bit abstract. Should we not put the basis, and should we not get the basis right? And one of the bases for any of these industries or these technologies to thrive and to scale in Europe is indeed energy. And I hope throughout the discussion you had a representative of DG Energy here today because I do believe it's important to see what Europe is doing or not doing enough into making sure that the cost of energy for our industries is somewhat acceptable. Because if energy prices are so high for our industry and often not even able to secure them and don't have the diversification, then you put your industry immediately at a disadvantage point. The second thing is having a functioning capital markets, because partially the reason not being able to scale for our industries and companies lies in the fact that the scale part is not financed enough. And so these would be two. And yes, I would also, of course, going back to answering your question on regulation, yes, regulation has to be more thoughtful, has to be targeted, has to be smarter. We regulated so well that now it seems like we need to deregulate and simplify.
Well, that's the thing, because nobody is criticizing the fact and the need for regulation, right? It's about to what extent it is being and how much time then it takes to come up with the regulation. I assume this is something that you hear the most.
And I think if we want to get the next wave right, I think we would need to also acknowledge where we didn't do so well in order not to make the same mistake.
But I believe it's, another point which you've mentioned as well, Eva, is the timing, that how much time it takes sometimes for when it comes to the European Union about finding that right amount of regulation to input, because this is the time that is needed for other things and for developing and catching up on the competitors.
I would just say one sentence to give the others the opportunity to chip in here, and then later I can elaborate. But I do believe that not everything is solved with regulation. And in this particular debate here, it's about unleashing and enabling and removing some of the barriers, because we already did put some frameworks in place and guardrails to protect. So now it's about making sure we enable.
Norina, I thought you wanted to just take the mic. Take the mic.
I mean, of course, we need smart regulation, as Philippe Aghion said, and I think everyone on the panel agrees. So it's not that we shouldn't have regulation, but we need regulation that's fast enough, that's actually enforceable, and also clear enough to act upon. But I think we've got to be careful here, because regulation and innovation are not necessarily enemies, and that to some degree feels how it's being set up. If you take China, for example, their AI sector is heavily regulated. I mean, very aggressively, very actively regulated. Yet no one would say that China's not innovating incredibly well when it comes to AI. So just something, I think, to bear in mind, that the two can sit hand in hand and historically have done so.
Maybe I can also react quickly on the two evil words, regulation and bureaucracy. So, I'm an entrepreneur, and usually what other entrepreneurs say in my position here, it's all the fault of regulation, it's all the fault of the EU. The IT industry in Europe is awesome, but because of the EU, because of regulation, bureaucracy, we cannot really compete. I think this is completely wrong. I completely disagree. This is just a cheap excuse where you can point the finger at someone else. Yeah, because of here, this EU, this Brussels people, we cannot do anything with AI because it's their fault. Oops. That's totally not true. That's totally not true. I mean, no one likes too much bureaucracy, but it is not why we don't have like frontier models here. I don't believe this at all. That's just one. Yeah, you agree.
Yeah.
I think the real reason, as you said earlier, is that access to a working capital market. I think this is a thing, and a better transition between like research and the private sector. I think this is something that we need to work on, and that we need to fill out a few forms to make sure that our buildings are accessible. This is not stopping us from doing good AI.
Right. I'm going to ask the same. I would like to ask Johan to comment on that as well as.
I would just like to throw in a question. What would have the European regulation done if the mythos from Anthropic would have been a European model and the company would have not stopped it from releasing it? Would the European regulation have caught that case, or would we have then a new large language model out there, which obviously reaches corners which nobody had anticipated? Because at the end of the day, we need to check whether regulation is effective, right?
You take that.
That's a tough question, and I would divert it to the European AI Office, actually. When we worked on the European AI Act, the way I personally saw the work of the European AI Office, and I think it has a long way to get there, and in a way it's understandable, is to be able to be in direct contact with European and international companies that are deploying new AI models and being able to test them, to assess them, and to put them on the market when they're safe. But not in a way of, being the person that should punish and put a fine on the table coming from the institution. Working together of trying to see what are the challenges, what are the issues that are out there, and being able as a regulator, as an institution, to have an open conversation with the private sector on that matter. Why? Because we are entering an arena and an area where institutions have never worked before, have not stepped in before. They are clearly gaining their own expertise, hiring new people. And so I can't answer whether we would have been able to put that model on the market or not. And I really think this is a question for the European AI Office, which has to be a very agile body. It has not to work in the same way as, agencies for cybersecurity or others work. It has to find its own path. It needs to have real leadership and management. And it has to know every use case of European AI, not use case, but every AI model that is out there and be in direct contact. Again, not as being there to punish immediately, but to have the conversation and then when necessary step in. It's a complex way of explaining it, and probably I hope to some extent I make myself clear, because this is something that's a new way of working for the institutions, which we haven't done before.
Noreen.
I don't think we should be so reluctant to punish, Eva. I don't think we should be so reluctant to punish. I mean, we've seen what happens when powerful technologies are deployed at scale without guardrails. We saw it with social media, and we saw how social media has damaged our children, our democracy, our society. So I think we need to be absolutely willing to impose guardrails, have safeguards, and not give up Europe to those who move fastest and break things.
Maybe I can respond to that. That's actually a very good point. If you compare this to social media, we didn't regulate social media enough, and this is why we have these problems now. But we did it in the meantime. There's Digital Services Act, and there's a lot in there, a lot of good stuff that you cannot do hate speech, you cannot do other, like do death threats online and so on, right? There's good stuff in the legislation, and the legislation exists. What's missing at the moment is the enforcement of the legislation. We have these interesting discussions with the EU, with the US at the moment, if the EU is basically allowed to use our own laws, to have our own laws, and basically go against the US social media companies because they're threatening the health of our children. This is the challenge at the moment. It's actually not a legislation and regulation, both is there, but we are, I don't know, sometimes we don't have the guts in Europe to really stand up for our values and for our rights. And this is missing, and the legislation is there.
Martin.
If I just add one thing on the time element, on the speed. I think we need a very steep learning curve. Okay, we go for regulation, but then we need to see whether it works. Do we need to loosen it? Do we need to tighten it? We have a tendency to, at the end of the day, I think the Prime Minister, in the first speech of Prime Minister Luxembourg today, said everything what was to be said in this conference. And we should have followed his lead, rolling up our sleeves and go to work, okay? So we are still kind of trying to preach to the converted, We need to deliver. And time is of essence. Geopolitical shifts, economic shifts, technological developments mean that we need to be agile, and we need to be delivering, and then we can adjust. We will never come up with the perfect model from the very beginning.
Eva, sorry. You wanted to...
Yeah, I would like to come back to two of the points. Maybe the first point on value that was mentioned and values. I do believe that, Europe's way is indeed the democratic values way when it comes to businesses. Partially why European companies do bring economic prosperity to Europe. Yes, can it be better? Of course, that's why we're discussing here, because we want not to be, worried about our socio-economic model. And the reason why we have a socio-economic model is because our companies want to be trusted companies. They want to make sure that values are at the core of what they provide for society, while in the same time bringing economic prosperity. And this is why I think we have to make the case better for what we do with regulation. But in the same time, Professor, I also think we lost the narrative there. And this is why now I think Europe is in between this dilemma of how to go ahead on these topics. And what I am trying to do, and it's very difficult because it's not even easy to explain it, is how to walk this fine balance. Being able to enforce regulation when it's necessary, and the governor mentioned here about speed, I would add agility. We legislate, we propose roadmaps the same way we did it 20 years ago or 15 years ago. I don't think the way we do things is fit for purpose. Not just that it takes a long time to negotiate something. In a way, it's understandable. We're many member states, different institutions. That's our democratic model. So it's difficult to speed it up. But on the other hand, we need to make sure that once we have a file on the table, our job is not done. And I kind of think this has been the mindset until now. We put a tick. There were a number of commissioners who only counted how many legislation was proposed and how much of this legislation was concluded. Our work doesn't stop there. If needed, this legislation needs to be tweaked. The agencies that are responsible to enforce it and to have an oversight, they need to operate in a different manner, much fit for the realities of today and the demands of the society and industry in the same time. So by walking this fine balance, if I now start and preach only about how we need to use the stick, we used it in the past, but we did not break the models of some of those companies by using the sticks. We were more focused on the sticks than the carrots for our own industries and for our own single market. So this is why I think now we need to be a little bit more tech savvy and power savvy in the same time of making sure, we use the stick only when it's really necessary, while making sure that we empower our own companies and that we listen to them. And it's a fine balance. So I neither agree with all the calls that are out there of, no rules at all, and because no regulation would make things better. I think a regulation for the 28th regime will make things better. I think regulation for unleashing the capital markets union will make things better. I also do believe a regulation to protect our citizens that is measured is the way forward. And I neither agree with those that think we need to enforce things not enforce things, but continue with producing more protectionist regulation. So it's a very fine balance if we are to do this way, and you need a new mindset if you are able to, and if you want to work in that manner.
Thank you. Johan, would you comment? Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, if you allow, I would like to rather bridge now towards the opportunities and how we can position ourselves in the AI stack in Europe to come to the opportunity and beyond the regulatory side of things, which are absolutely critical. No, don't get me wrong. But in terms of if we look at this AI stack, and it's sometimes very much simplified, everybody is talking about the GPUs and about the NVIDIA position and about the data centers and the large language models and sometimes the more dedicated models. But First of all, that's very, very much simplified. And if you look at these systems, they are much, much more complex. We are talking about connectivity between the GPUs. We are talking about powering these GPUs. And by the way, both areas where European semiconductor companies are leading in the world. And also edge AI as a complement to cloud AI is going to become more and more critical. And then this AI stack is not static, it's dynamic, it develops also on the compute level. And here we will see the emergence of not only GPUs, but likely quantum computer supplementing GPUs. Or if that is too far out for you, then think about photonics computing, which is probably very likely happening this decade. And again, this has nothing to do with nanometers like GPUs. These are technologies with much larger dimensions. So, and again, the European semiconductor industry is leading in this area. But what we are missing are system integrators in Europe that really can put everything together. And that, I think, is, in my mind, one of the biggest advantages the US has. The system integrators will at the end decide what sort of technologies will be put together. But if we want to play a role in AI, at least from my perspective, we have to build up competencies and elements in this AI stack. And again, please, this AI stack is not about GPU, CUDA and data center. That's much too simplified. There are many, many more facets to it where Europe can play a role. So let's invest into them and let's position ourselves that we are at the table when others are talking about AI and we are not only object to that discussion.
Frank, I want you to ask you this question because we moved this way. Where do you see that the EU should be betting on? Which aspect should be prioritized, so to say?
Yeah. I think there's a huge opportunity for Europe here. So just make it 15 years back and then jumping back to today. So 15 years ago when I started this journey with Nextcloud, my motivation was that I didn't want to live in a world where like 5 big companies have all the data, all communication of everybody from everybody on the planet. This is why like Nextcloud is a decentralized solution, it's open source. This is why it's used all over Europe in a big way, because people want to have the collaboration solutions, but want to keep their data under control. And now, if you look at AI, we are basically at the next phase of the same trend here, which just accelerates even more. Because the deal now is, hey, you want to have like the Claude model, the Copilot model, the ChatGPT model, and it can help with agentic features, can help you with like structuring data, can help you with your processes. The thing you need to do is to upload all our data to the US. Right? Just give them everything, every private citizen, every company, every government, just give you everything we have, upload it there to the systems, and then we nicely have access to these agentic features and can do all these nice AI things. This cannot be the future. I'm sorry, this cannot be the future. So for me, the same thing as with Nextcloud, I think we have the same situation again. There's an opportunity to create privacy-aware, really secure, locally running open source AI models. I think this is really what's needed. This is like, and this will happen. I mean, I cannot imagine that we live in a world where like suddenly OpenAI has like all data of the planet. This cannot be.
Marina.
Yeah, I think there's sometimes it's set up as if Europe has to make a choice between security and growth, but I absolutely agree with what you're saying. In today's world, security isn't the enemy of growth. It's in many ways the precondition of it. And, you know, we're no longer in this era of globalization when we can trust that our international partners that we have shared interests and we're going to act in mutually beneficial ways in a stable way. We're just not in that world anymore. And we've seen trade and supply chains and energy being weaponized in recent years. And there is a real risk that chips and compute and cloud and platforms will be too. So I absolutely agree with you that the EU cannot rely too heavily on external countries and companies for fundamental AI infrastructure. This is the infrastructure which will underpin our manufacturing, our hospitals, our defense services, our education systems, and we cannot risk being held hostage. You were talking, Eva, about how we are being held hostage to some degree with the digital, or you were talking about the Digital Services Act now as a kind of trade negotiation with the US. I mean, we cannot afford to be in this situation. And I think the analogy is very much insurance. It feels expensive to take out insurance until your house burns down. And the EU, I think, does need to spend money now on compute, on cloud, on AI infrastructure, so that we are not dependent on other countries in the future in a way that will not serve our interests.
Governor, I want to get your view on this aspect, please, regarding economic security and strategic autonomy, and how important it is when it comes to Europe's foreign partners and the necessity to rely on them. Too much, probably.
I think we will always be dependent on somebody because we are no autarky. Okay, we will need to cooperate, but we need to have leverage against others so that we cooperate rather than become dependent. Okay, but coming back to the way how there are two things. One is what do we want to get out of this AI, and then how we might finance it. And if we take a look at the financing part, I already earlier mentioned that the financial markets are not fit for purpose. Okay? The markets are fragmented, they are shallow, they do not service the whole set of financial services that we would need to. And we see that also in terms of the investment volumes. If we take a look at, for instance, from 2014 to 2025, okay, the US has increased its investments in AI-related areas 2.5 times, more than twice. We've raised it by 60%. Okay? And the question is why? And there are many reasons. One is that our financial crisis, global financial crisis, dragged on for longer than in the US. The memory was longer. But the major thing is that we do not have, that a diverse ecosystem of financial market players. And we do not have safe asset. As a union, we do not have large enough venture capitalists. So at the end of the day, this is AI is yet another reason for us, again, to come back to the Capital Markets Union, which is now renamed into Savings and Investments Union. We need Banking Union and all the relevant things. I hope we will move fast because the time is of essence and time is of value. So in terms of financing it, we cannot remain fragmented. If we remain fragmented, then we will force our companies to go to the US because they can finance there much easier. Do we want to do that? Not really. So financial markets is at the core of financing this ecosystem and building our future that is more successful than now and to face all these challenges. As for the issue of sovereignty and cooperation, I think by all means, but I would kind of take a look at two elements there. One is, do we use better the possibilities that are provided by AI? Yes, we should, because we by and large did not use all the possibilities of the digital revolution, of the internet revolution, all these kind of things. And we saw in the slides today that our productivity is 30% below that of the US, and about 2/3 is because of the weaker use of ICT. Okay, so if we fail also on this industrial revolution, then, then this becomes close to doomsday scenario for the European Union. So I think we need to be aware of those risks. Okay, we cannot waste this opportunity. But I think just being users and better users of AI developed elsewhere also raises lots of issues. And one of such issues is pricing. If we become dependent, again, we are not cooperating, but we become dependent upon solutions derived by others, then the pricing is likely to become very extortionary. And if you take a look at the last 10 or so years, Europe is already paying to the US more than twice for intellectual property than it used to. Okay? So we need to foot the bill. And if we become increasingly dependent, we pay even more. So just being users of AI, in my view, is insufficient. So we come back to the statement by the Prime Minister this morning saying that we want to become producers. Of course, we will not become producers of everything. We need to specialize. But being producers, in my view, is very, very important. So it's the whole set of things that we need to work with.
Let's continue with the aspect of financing now. And I do want to ask Frank, from business point of view, and then we're going to ask Johan as well. How can companies invest in today's uncertain climate in this regards? What is it, from a corporate perspective, what's the biggest hurdle for you when it comes to needed and proper financing?
I think we also have to realize how crazy the situation at the moment is, because the classic way is like you have a startup or a research project or something that develop a great solution, tool, technology, algorithm, something, and then someone think, okay, let's build a business around it, and for the business we need a little bit of money, and then you some venture capital comes in, and you build up a product, and then you start to sell the product, and then you basically pay back the money you get from the investors, and then you have a new successful company. The thing is, at the moment, the successful companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, they're losing so much money at the moment. This is not sustainable, right? So they developed the technology, and the technology is rolled out now with a loss, with a gigantic loss of billions and billions of euros. So this is not a normal solution, not a normal situation where, like, yeah, we just need a little bit of venture capital, and then we have our own startups here. The startups, well, they're no longer startups, they're one of the biggest companies in the world, but they're still making a loss. They still rely on so much capital influx to actually just sell the product that was developed. So this is not a normal situation. And I think it's crazy to compete with that. And we'll also see what happens the next few months. Maybe it's also good that we're not doing the same thing.
Do you want to comment now?
I will just give you the number. The numbers are really scary. You know, they are out of this league. If you take a look at the hyperscalers in the US, in 1 year alone, I think it's 25 data, they invested 2.1% of GDP in 1 year alone. And that is only second to the US purchase of Louisiana in 1803. So this is of historic scale. The volumes are really, really huge. And you cannot do that with the public money alone. And that's the key for the Savings and Investments Union, that the private sector steps in big time. Europeans still have the money. We do have the money. If we do not move quickly, in 15, 20 years, we might not have the money anymore. So the time is of the value as well. So we need to have much better and more effective kind of part of the equation in the financial markets case. So we should not drag on with those things. We need to put our money at work in Europe rather than in the US.
Johan, same question to you, please. From a corporate perspective, what's the biggest hurdle you would name when it comes to investing enough and investing fast enough?
So for us, as a global company, we do not really have the issue, but I very much understand that small and medium-sized companies absolutely need the capital market union, and I'm a big fan of it, but it has to go further. For example, in Germany, we definitely need to tap also our retirement savings and invest them in a smarter way, and also we need to integrate the European market in other dimensions. Coming back to the AI regulation, it's for companies to scale technologies across Europe, and then having 27 implementations is just a nightmare. So besides access to capital, which is of course easier in US, of course the market size, the homogeneity of the market is much more pronounced and therefore much easier to scale. But that should not hold us back. I would push back a little bit on the notion that we first of all need to produce AI and use AI, because the economic value at the end of the day is in applying AI. And I think there are ways. I'm with you on storing data in Europe. That's a must, at least on critical data. But then it's about using AI adapting AI in the fastest possible way, because that's a huge lever for many of parts of our economies, and that's ultimately where the real return is. And if the US players, hyperscalers now overinvest, okay, then they have overinvested, and according to economics, then things should become even cheaper afterwards. So anyway, we cannot follow that race. It's inconceivable that to replace the US AI stack at this moment in time. We can just get in somewhere that we are not, that we are part of it, and also in critical elements. But for me, the most important, also as a CEO of a company, is using AI, deploying AI in the company to drive productivity. And speed, by the way.
Can I just go back to the discussion of funds very briefly? 2 years ago, I said I will not anymore participate in public debates and bring up the Capital Markets Union necessity. Why did I do that? Because up until today, it's about, I think, 13 years or so that I'm part of or 12 years of the European Parliament. And I've, since day one, said that this is something that we need to be working on. So I've been talking in the previous 2 terms. It's of course not just me. This is a discussion that has circulated around for a while. But I think it's important to look for how long we've been talking about this. There have been a number of member states that were not willing to go ahead with this, let's call it reform, even though it's, you know, it's a necessity, I think, for European businesses. Now it seems like there's a political push, but it's 2 years in this term, and we haven't done much concreteness. We are going there, but we are not yet there. I would like to think that the governor is an expert on that topic, and I think we need to hear what he said. If we do not take the action now, I think we are delayed, definitely, but anyway, if we don't take it now, we might not have those savings in a couple of years from now. So if
not in a couple of years, it's not that bad.
Okay, in a decade.
But the quicker we move, the better it is. Yeah.
So I would go back to advocate on institutions being more focused on what is really necessary to be done. If we would have put forward the Capital Markets Union 10 years ago, we could have equally done all the legislation related to the tech sector that we have done, but in the same time have helped businesses, not just in the tech sphere, but in the broader space, perhaps grow and scale in Europe. And this is why I'll go back to the energy discussion, because after the invasion of Ukraine started, we all of a sudden woke up and said, oh, wow, we need to do something about it. And I think we need to be very critical and ask ourselves the questions, what exactly did we do to diversify for the past 4 years? Because now with what's happening in the Middle East, we see that the same type of dependency is reoccurring by driving prices up, hence making our industry less competitive. So if we do not fix those basic underlying pillars, it would be very difficult to lead in any parts of the value chain.
Any comments on this? Governor, would
Yeah,
you?
energy costs are absolutely critical for many industries. I fully agree. The other element which I hear more and more now globally is resilience in terms of energy. And many countries embark on non-fossil solutions in order to reach more resilience. And I think that we should take note of and do not get derailed from our path in that regard.
Thank you. Let's go on, and now Professor, I want to ask you a different topic and a different aspect, because there are so many nuances and aspects that we're trying to tackle, and obviously it's not enough to have an hour session here, but we're just trying to tackle as much as possible. I want to talk to you about the AI divide and the so-called winners and losers of the divide, because this is a very important nuance there. Look, your work highlights how geoeconomic fragmentation indeed risks creating winners and losers in the AI era. Would you tell us more about that? Sure. Just a mic.
Sure. I guess what jumps to mind from your question is, of course, what the ramifications of AI is going to be on jobs. Daniel spoke to this in his speech in part earlier, but I think what worries me here is that we're talking about a technology which could remove large categories of work at a speed that we are just simply not prepared for. And that really worries me. And it worries me too, the reality when I speak to CEOs across the world is that most of them are not focusing right now on how to use AI to augment their workforce. Most of them, if the truth is told, are thinking about how to use AI to automate and how to use AI to reduce headcount. That's just the reality. When we look at, earlier there was a discussion about, oh, is it true that companies are not hiring young people? Well, you know, these are early days, but the early data in the United States does suggest that there is a slowdown in graduate hiring due not only to the economy, but to AI. I'm also worried about women. I know from my own research that of the jobs that are most likely to be lost to AI, the majority are predominantly female professions. So there are clearly going to be losers, at least in the short term. When it comes to jobs, what really worries me is the lack of planning when it comes to European governments. I mean, we are talking about something that could be hugely impactful within just the next few years. Where are the ambitious public work programs, the ideas like Roosevelt put in place after the Great Depression to create jobs for artists and writers and musicians to create public works? Where's the thinking on how we're going to create new human jobs in the care economy to tackle the challenges of our aging population? Where are the questions being asked and planning in place for what will people do if we see job losses at the scale we're anticipating? How will they earn? How will they have purpose? How will they have belonging? And my fear is that in the absence of real thinking and intellectual heft and financial commitment, what we're going to see all too quickly is going to be white collar first and then blue collar when the physical models take off, uprising. And the beneficiaries will be the politicians at the extremes.
Yeah, I'm optimistic here in that we can find very nice value creation and also solutions for the job market. Because when there's a disruption, as we have it at the moment, then this is the time for creative new entrepreneurs finding new solutions. At the moment, nothing is clear anymore how the future looks like, and this is a great time to come up with new creative ideas, and this was always the strength of Europe, and I think now is a really good time. And I just want to point out that it's completely not clear how the future will look like. For example, you mentioned like blue-collar, white-collar jobs earlier. It was always the assumption that with automation, the blue-collar job will be like threatened first. Now we have the complete opposite. Right? This is a completely new thing, and this changes everything. Also, like a year or two ago, everybody assumed that AI is really good with unstructured data. That is a really great tool if you have a huge amount of unstructured data, long text. It can really work with these gigantic data pools better than any other algorithm. Well, like the most structured data ever is source code, super structured, and it seems that AI is awesome with source code and actually better than with like, I don't know, unstructured things. And this again changes everything, and this will go on like that. I have no idea how the world looks like in 5 years, but for the really creative entrepreneurs, this is a great time.
Governor.
If I may come in on the labor market, I think let's do first things first. Okay, if you take a look at the unemployment rate in Europe is still relatively low. So public works, you know, we are not in a deep crisis. If we get there, then I think, of course, you know, politicians will need to do something about it. But I fully agree that we simply don't know. It can make different turns in the labor market, to the right, to the left, you know, up and down, who knows. So I think one important thing that we can do is to work on skills, to make the labor force more resilient, because at the end of the day, the impact on the labor market most likely is going to be driven by two issues. Point one is pace. So are we ready, you know, to accommodate these changes? Is the labor market and companies, you know, managing the pace of the change? And point two, of course, is relocation or transition, you know, from one segment to another one. And there again, skills will be very important. But I would not scare people now with kind of massive need for public works next month or something like that. It's too far in the future for us to tell. And let me just add one more thing. In terms of uncertainty. For instance, you know, one of the most discussed things a couple of years ago was radiologists. Okay, they will lose their jobs. My sister is a radiologist, and I said, you know, you should better study and upskill yourself, do something else. What in fact we see that the cost has come down and demand for them has increased. So the economy can take kind of unexpected turns. So we need to be agile, and I agree with you that we need to be agile to react to those things, but we should not necessarily paint very negative scenarios.
Professor.
So firstly, just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting we embark upon a huge public works program immediately. This was something to have in our back pocket as a potential way to create jobs if we need to. And we should have a portfolio of ideas ready to be able to deploy. I'm glad that your sister still has a job as a radiologist, but unfortunately I've spoken to translators, marketers, financial analysts, young graduates who've been fired from their banking jobs in recent months. So these job losses are starting in certain sectors. I think the other thing to be aware of is just how scared, rightly or wrongly, the public is about losing their jobs to AI. If you look at polling data, it's one of the greatest anxieties people currently have is fear of losing their jobs to AI. And what history teaches us, my research on the rise of populism in Europe shows that it was actually fear of automation rather than automation itself that led to the rise of populism in Europe, or was a driver. So I think the fear itself is, could potentially lead to negative consequences. And I think it is the onus is on governments to say, we hear you and we are working on this and we have plans. Maybe they won't have to execute on them. Hopefully they won't, but they should have them and they should tell us that they do.
I agree. And this is also what Professor Guion in the morning said in terms of flex security, so that the people should be aware that they will have a chance.
Finally, Johan Hannebuk, your comment on this point, please, when it comes to the job situation and the divide that could be there, your view from Infineon Technologies.
Yeah, I think we should look at it as also as a chance, right? On a continent with an aging population where migration is not really acceptable by big parts of the population, this is an opportunity. But of course, it needs upskilling, as it has also already been said. And just to be very concrete on the example of software coding, yes, absolutely, the coding itself, the AI model will do better than any human can do, but the input to write the correct prompts, to write in the correct requirements is much more important now than it used to be, because you need to tell the model much more precisely what is required. And also to check the output against hallucinations is a task humans can do. But for that, we need to upskill then people from coding to requirement capturing and managing and checking the output. So if we should, don't get me wrong, we should absolutely need to get into it with open eyes. But please, let's look at it as an opportunity rather than only a risk for many areas.
Thank you. On this note, let's open the floor to the questions. So if you have a question, I'm going to ask you. I do see the first hand there, yes, next to the door. The first one is going there. Could you please, yeah, thank you.
Hello, yes.
Hi.
So my name is Cyril. I'm a consultant in AI, so I work directly with companies to help them implement AI models. So thank you, first of all, for the very insightful discussion. I'd like to go back to a great point that Eva made earlier on the need for EU institutions to have a strong connection with the private sector, because in my view, this is absolutely key in making sure that the EU succeeds with AI. So to some degree, this already happens with the lobbying landscape, but I feel we need to have more of what we have in this panel, which is direct input from European startups and scale-ups to inform regulation, to help them understand where technology is headed, but also to understand the risk and how the EU can best help startups and scale-ups. So, I feel if we are approach this smartly, we need direct and constant input from those who build the models and roll it out to consumers. So my question is, and pardon my ignorance on this, but what are some of the initiatives that are already in place in this regard? I understand the AI office is quite involved on this in this matter. And where do you think, or what do you think other initiatives could be to support this? Thank you.
Thank you. Eva, do you want to comment on that? Yes, I can definitely try. I think this goes also to my point of how institutions in certain areas need to think and do things in a different manner. And I'll give another example, the Scale Up Europe Fund. I think this is a particularly interesting example how with very little effort, if I may call it so, but in a positive way, from the institutions, from the European Commission, we're tapping and closing the growth gap and supporting to close that gap by funding companies in the technology space where they need it the most. What for the first time the Commission is doing is making sure that there's interest from private investors, be it pension funds, insurance companies, private offices, sovereign wealth funds in Europe, to contribute to a €5 billion fund that is going to invest into scaling European tech companies on the continent. It's going to be privately managed, not managed by the European Commission, and it has been set up in a number of months, and the interest by the private investors was also set up just in a number of months. It's a different way of doing things, and so my appeal to the Commission is whenever there is a need, and to the institution, where we could think of sensible projects, where there could be some sort of a public-private cooperation to use the leverage and the power the institutions have in order to collaborate together with the private sector. That cannot be done in any example, but there are certain areas where we can do that. And I think this was a good example how we use different tools and instruments from an institution perspective to support our businesses.
Thank you. Let's take another question. I see one more hand here on this side in the middle, please. Johan, can you hear our questions from the audience?
Right now not, but the previous one, yes.
Previous one, yes. Well, this one is just coming now. It's on its way.
Okay, wonderful.
You're an investment company from Paris. My question is for the governor. Sir, just because we invent the future is not guaranteed that we'll be there first. Don't you think that ER is increasing the cases and access to the justice?
I didn't hear the question. Could you please?
Sorry.
Was it about inequality or injustice?
Justice.
Injustice? What do you mean?
I'm going to let you.
I did not get the question. Sorry. Could you please repeat?
Don't you think that ER increasing the access to the justice?
AI increasing access to injustice.
AI.
AI.
Okay.
Range, yeah. Merci.
Thank you very much. If I understood the question correctly, it might lead to more inequality, by all means, and some people falling out of the labor market. It might lead in the very bad case, in dominance of just a few players, okay, and all the kind of social repercussions there. But I don't think that that's a destiny. Okay, I think there are many things that we can do to avoid that kind of bad corner solutions. Okay, but that is certainly one risk that we should take, kind of be aware of and take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a hand here in the middle, please, if we can pass the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Karina Schkinder, I am a writer, independent contributor to Danish media output. So with AI, we are clearly posed with something completely new for the whole humanity. And on this, we clearly lack the feedback loops, both short and long. And I wanted to... Yeah, so yet again, we saw in US the dot-com bubble when the whole humanity was posed with the question of how to manage technology, which created a big bubble around it, and which eventually burst. And it, instead of saying that technology works and should have worked by the law of the diminished returns. On the contrary, a lot of decision makers failed to see that, which led to the Great Recession. And regarding the crisis management, my question will be, I wanted to ask you which strategies you could employ in order to mitigate the risks that AI can pose to the crisis management, both inside of EU and outside of EU?
Well, that's a great question. Can I just ask first the businesses? Frank, would you comment on that? On the risk strategies? And then Johan, I would ask you this question, and then we go into... Because it's interesting to get the different perspectives as well.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to answer because there's so many different aspects to it. So crisis management regarding the usage of AI. So basically if like AI might not work as expected, for example, do you mean that? Or the access to AI? Or the manipulation of results in the AI models? What kind of crisis do you exactly referring to?
I am asking more from a perspective of crisis management from like political perspective, that this, because AI now...
So not to corporate, but I've asked the corporate also to comment because you've opened with the .com before and the experience there.
I'm sorry?
I've asked the corporate to comment because you've opened with commenting on the previous crises.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because it already posed some threat to the humanity in the past, and we saw how people, when they're posed with something that they clearly don't have any feedback loop on, they cannot provide correct feedback to, for example, the decision-making processes which eventually lead to crisis. And we have seen it in US, I think, the most clearly with the Great Recession that affected the whole world overall. And Stiglitz, he wrote a lot about that. And my question was mostly about decision-making, and as we are discussing economics here, which strategies could be employed in order to mitigate the problems that we can face there, basically. I hope that it makes it clear, more clear.
Try. Okay, I think I'm answering your question with this. So I think a lot about how important humans still are in the loop when it comes to AI and it comes to decision-making using AI. And I think a lot about, and I worry about the fact that early research on what's happening to our brains the more we use AI is that the more we use AI, the more our brains could be switching off and the more we could be surrendering cognitively. And you, Governor, you'll remember back in the days when the markets focused on one metric, VAR, as a metric of how safe the system was, and the computer said yes, and nobody worried about a looming crisis. So we know historically that when we trust machines and the output of machines too blindly, there can be dangers. So I think it goes back in part to the conversation we were having earlier about education. How do we make sure that in this new age, which does have huge opportunity and huge potentials, we as humans are still able to stay and remain in control? And I'm not sure there are easy answers here.
Governor, it's the final thoughts, and we're going to wrap it.
There's crisis management consists of so many various elements, so I will just do a bit of the financial markets thing, if I may. And one element is that this is a global process. If that's a global crisis, we need a global response. In a fragmented world, providing a global response is a tough cookie. Okay, so I think international institutions, cooperation, keeping the discussion lines open is very critical. Okay, so, IMF still has a massive purpose. For instance, central bank cooperation, a massive purpose. Swap lines, massive purpose. To reduce these risks of cliff effects and leading into much deeper kind of recessions. But if you ask about the AI-related, of course, the markets are frothy. The bubbles, we only know when the bubbles burst that they were bubbles. Okay, are we worried about potential risks? Yes, we are. And financial stability always looks at these issues. Okay, so yes, concentration of AI in the stock market is massive. Okay, just a handful of companies, 40% of the market capitalization. So yes, the risks are there, and we are very vigilant to follow what is going on there.
Let's go. Final thoughts on that. Johan, can you hear this?
Yeah, I think there's clearly the risk on about a bubble. Whenever you have these sort of growth trends of that dimension, the question is always whether demand and supply will fit together, especially if the ROI is coming rather late. I still think that there are still areas, if you think about sovereign AI, meaning right now US hyperscalers are investing most of it, and other countries like Europe, but also like India, like the Middle East, like China, are clearly have identified the need for also regional and local infrastructure in terms of AI. So, and I think this sovereign AI aspect can somehow mitigate a potential overshoot by the big hyperscalers. But I think there's no way around such a such a situation if you have such a strong growth drivers that again that there is potentially a mismatch and that there's at some point a counter reaction. We just need to manage it then, and any entrepreneur working in that area is probably thinking about also plan Bs.
Frank, are you thinking of that plan B? Final comments.
Yeah, I don't know if this is one of the risks that was mentioned, but I found interesting was also mentioned by you is like how blindly people trust AI. I find this quite fascinating, I have to say. So the AI models are clearly containing way less like knowledge as compared to the Google search engines, for example, right? There's way less knowledge in there, but people trust it somehow more because it speaks so nicely, right? You can talk with a human and you trust it. Everybody knows that it's sometimes wrong, but who cares, right? But this is like maybe nice if you ask ChatGPT for a recipe for your dinner, but maybe if you build your business process on top of it, maybe it's not so great anymore. Another point I want to make, which is also often ignored, is let's say the answer from the AI model is like in 10% of the cases wrong, or a little bit wrong. This is maybe acceptable if you just ask one question, but if you daisy chain lots of operations next to each other, and this is what you do with agentic AI, for example, because then it's not one prompt, but it's basically 100 prompts next to each other, and if 10% of these 100 prompts are wrong, then the end result is 100% wrong all the time. Right? So this just does not work. And this is somehow not really, I don't know, discussed too much. I'm sometimes calling artificial intelligence, which maybe should also call it artificial stupidity sometimes, because we should not assume just because it comes out of a computer, it's like better than humans.
Have a brief final thought.
I mean, the discussion became quite broad,
yes,
which is understandable and shows the complexity of the issue. However, the topic that we were mainly supposed to debate was where EU could have its edge in geoeconomic terms. And I still want to reinforce my first point that this should be in applying AI across our industry. I think there could be our niche and our edge and where we could potentially win should a lot of the other priorities we mentioned be put in place. Thank you.
Very briefly.
It's a no-brainer for an economist. We do need it. And let us deliver on three things: cheap energy, single market in financial services, and let's try to see maybe public sector can be the driver of demand for AI. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers. Johan, thank you very much for joining us online. And for everybody with the questions and comments here and on Slido, thank you. Sorry, I'm running out a little bit. Maeve, the stage is yours. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Sasha Vakalina there, and of course to the panel. They indeed packed a lot in. And before you start asking AI what your plans are for tonight in Brussels, do remember there will be a cocktail reception after the very last panel today taking place right here in the Egg, so do stick around for that. I'd like to start inviting the tech team to start arranging the stage behind me for one of the highlights, in fact, of the Brussels Economic Forum, and that is, of course, the Oxford debate. So just bear with us, don't leave the room, bear with us, because in just 30 seconds we'll be kicking off the last panel of the BEF 2026, the Oxford Style Debate. that was quick, so thank you so much to all the tech team. The stage is set, and we can officially now launch, as I said, the final session of the BEF 2026. If you do, unfortunately, have to leave the room, please leave it swiftly so we can kick off right now. Because as I said, the Oxford-style debate is one of the highlights every year, because this is the moment, dear guests, that you get to vote. You get to have a say. So for those of you with your phone handy, please go to Slido and get ready to vote. Of course, you can use the code EUBEF26, the same code we've been using all day to access the poll. The question now, you're all wondering, well, it's do you agree or disagree that the motion, this forum believes that regulating AI is necessary, that the benefits are distributed fairly? That would be the motion that we are debating today. In just 1 minute, you'll be meeting our two debaters. But first, let's take a look at this short video to set the scene.
In today's rapidly evolving economic and technological landscape, artificial intelligence is reshaping the world as we know it. Regulating AI can prevent unethical use, increase investor confidence, and promote fair economic growth. Oh, it's you! I was listening and I disagree. Regulation could lead to higher costs, slower progress, and losing ground to less regulated global leaders.
Where do you stand on these issues? Tune in to the Brussels Economic Forum on the 7th of May and join the debate.
There you have it. And actually, you will be asked to vote not once, but twice on this very motion. First now, so we can get your gut feeling, after, of course, all the food for thought that we've heard today at the BEF, and then after you hear our debate. So if you don't mind, now you are allowed to take out your smartphones and please vote on the motion. So this forum believes that regulating AI is necessary. And let's see if the votes are up, if we can bring them up. Let's see how fast that could work to see, do we have the outcome already? Okay, so in favor, the majority of the room. 87% for Maricha, who'll be speaking in favor. So let's take a look as well a little bit later to see if that does change. And now, of course, we can meet our debaters. As you can see, their names are already up on screen. We have Maricha Schaake, former MEP, coined by Politico as the ultimate digital MEP. Currently, she's a non-resident fellow at Stanford's Cyber Policy Center and the Institute for Human-Centered AI. She's also a member of the UN's high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence. She came out with a book quite recently called The Tech Coup that looks how democratic governments can get back control of tech corporations. You can imagine, and as you've seen, she is voting in favor of that motion. Maricha Schaake, a round of applause for her. Welcome. So lovely to see you. And our second debater today at the BEF is Fredrik Eriksson. Fredrik Eriksson is the founding director of the European Centre for International Political Economy, that is Europe's leading think tank on trade, economic and commercial and regulatory policy. He's an economist, a writer, and an author of several books, including the highly acclaimed The Innovation Illusion, How So Little is Created by So Many Working So Hard. He's also advised governments, corporate boards, and executives, and he'll be speaking against our motion. Please welcome him. So how are you both feeling? Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
I am going to lose.
You're going to lose. Well, you've lost already, but let's see if you can convince now our group. So the rules are clear. You'll both have 8 minutes first for your opening remarks. Then you'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal, and then we shall vote again to see what the outcome is. So Maricha Schaake, I would like to start with yourself first.
Well, thank you very much. As you could see on the screen, indeed, I believe that AI needs to be regulated to make sure that the benefits are distributed equally. But now I still have 7 minutes, 50 seconds left. And so I thought I would use that to do an exercise of collective critical thinking. Because as Professor Hertz alluded to in the previous panel, we risk losing that muscle. So maybe we can use the time before drinks to train it a little bit. And so it's interesting that while we're at the home of the institutions that once called themselves super regulators, the level of understanding of what regulation is and is not can be remarkably superficial. Because regulation is neither a goal in and of itself or a result in and of itself. It's a process that can lead us to endless different directions, and directions that some may love, hate, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And given the fact that regulation is really, something that can take us into a gazillion different directions, it is remarkable how successful the slogan, "Regulation stifles innovation," has been. How many of you have heard this notion before? Almost as many as the people voting for the proposition. And this notion of regulation stifling innovation we often hear from Silicon Valley companies. I think it's probably the most successful marketing slogan ever invented. And it is used as a sort of stick to hit the European Union, right? Because we are stifling innovation in Europe due to our own regulation. And the fact that this is a myth that doesn't hold against reality can be seen in all kinds of ways. We can look to China to see that actually staunch regulation and innovation can go well together. But we can also look at what the White House and the Trump administration are actually doing. So the narrative is that there's deregulation in the United States, that there's a lot of trust in markets. And of course, the optics of CEOs in the front row of the inauguration of Donald Trump would indeed suggest that this might be the case. But as Alondra Nelson recently argued in a great Science article, Trump engages in regulation by other means. That means not the legislative process that we might know by going through Congress and passing laws, but by direct intervention, the kinds of regulations that would shock the world if the European Union would do it. I'm talking about synergy between AI companies and the government. Think about bringing in someone like Elon Musk to run the reform of government in the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. But think also about sanctions that are imposed to prevent innovations from the US from going to other parts of the world. Think about executive orders that require the sell-off of parts of companies like TikTok or a stake by the US government in a company like IBM. Very direct interventions, one might say regulations, and certainly not a trust in market forces as such. The Trump administration has issued an executive order to withdraw the security clearances of people that he still had an axe to grind with, directly implicating a cybersecurity company as the results. So now that we have sort of probed the notion of regulation a little bit, and I hope you'll agree with me, we need to bring it a level deeper when we talk about the relationship between regulation and AI, innovation. I wanted to also drill a little bit deeper into the notion of, who benefits and what are the benefits of artificial intelligence. Clearly, the promise is extraordinary. We heard some of it in the previous panel, but we need only to open our news sites or newspapers to see the extraordinary promises of what the AI revolution might bring. It will solve cancer, solve the climate crisis, energy scarcity, lead to extraordinary macroeconomic growth and scientific breakthroughs. It works really well for the CEOs making this promise and to convince investors to keep investing more and more. And I think these promises of extraordinary benefits also encourage all of us into a mode of FOMO. We're afraid of missing out. We all want to participate because otherwise our competitor might be better than us, our coworker might exceed us in delivering to the boss, our student friends may actually deliver better papers. So we really want to use AI not to miss out and to be part of that revolution that will bring all those benefits. But if we ask ourselves where those benefits land today, it's pretty clear it's the bank accounts of the big AI firms. NVIDIA is now worth 5.5 trillion US dollars, roughly equivalent to the GDP of Germany. Apple, 4 trillion, roughly the equivalent of the Japanese economy, and the 7 largest tech companies, roughly the equivalent of the EU's GDP. That's not where the story ends, because these promises ask sacrifices in the meantime. Promises of amazing results in the future make us tolerant for what is required for this extraordinary bubble growth boost of AI companies. Sacrifices in terms of the environment, electricity use, water, land. Sacrifices in terms of job losses, of which indeed we see nascent results in research, new cybersecurity risks, threats to news, media and journalism, the arts, and a loss of control over huge flows of information and agency on the part of democratic governments and public institutions. But if we want regulation to redistribute the benefits, at least we should start with reducing the harms, because the benefits are not even there when they are offset by so much harm, like discrimination of minorities that is systemic, the hallucinations that have been alluded to. We are seeing a lot of harms and a lot of extraordinary promises. So zooming out a bit about the question of regulation, it is clear that big trade-offs are being made between security and efficiency, between the environment and industry, between the public and the private sectors. But currently, these decisions are being made by companies. And it is not a great situation that Europe doesn't have many of these huge companies. So I think it is important that we need to critically assess what the real benefits are, how we would redistribute them, and that given the enormous trade-offs and risks that are now taken and made by the big tech companies, we need much more political leadership. But I would want to rephrase a little bit what the question is, which is democratic regulation to ensure society benefits from AI is what we need. And I would even argue that this is in the interest of tech companies and AI companies themselves. Because what is the alternative of managing these trade-offs, mitigating these societal shocks and risks? It is popular uprisings that will turn to the tech companies themselves, that will see resistance to new data centers, resistance to new investments, resistance to the jobs that are being taken, resistance to political donations in campaigns in the United States. So not only do I think we need regulation in the interest of preserving democracy, I think actually we need companies to rethink the notion that they would push against regulation. I think regulation is actually what they need.
Perfect. 8 minutes. You made it. Thank you so much, Rita.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our first debater. And now the floor is yours, Mr. Eriksson.
Well, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're taking pity on me. Because this is a debate I'm going to lose. You saw the result up here. We're debating what is, after all, the global capital temple of AI regulation, which of course is Brussels. And I have an even bigger problem, which is I'm not sure I really understand the motion that we are debating, because it is rich in different meanings and different interpretations that you can make. As I told the organizers, I could even see myself arguing in favor of the motion, depending on what meaning we actually charge it with. But here I am, and I'm going to argue against it. My starting point is simple, which is that AI is a good opportunity for our society and our economy. It's a new step in a very, very long development of commoditizing intelligence, making it divisible and shareable between people. Steam power commoditized muscle power, and electricity did even more. Just as the alphabet made knowledge possible to share in ways that are 1 million times more productive than oral transmission, AI gives us an opportunity to make intelligence more accessible. We should therefore encouraging more use of AI and have policies to that effect. Yes, there are risks with AI, as with all major technologies. There always has been. But the AI development and the risk we should prepare for are evolutionary. They are not static, not sudden. Its intelligence is developing more like a city, not like a single meta mind. I have 3 messages for you here today. And the first one is that no one knows what it really means to regulate AI. Propositions for it are often as useful as saying that we should regulate knowledge, body temperature, or indeed a city. 2, we exaggerate the usefulness of regulation, but underappreciate the need for good policies to ensure that Europe can grow with the help of AI. And third, the AI Act has hindered the EU. It has made us less capable for economic power and international influence. I'm now going to set up my arguments a bit more. So, AI is not one product or one service. It's not even one model. We don't regulate the city, but we have regulations of many things in a city. Buildings, traffic, water and sanitation, waste. And if we use that metaphor, there is already a lot of regulation of AI. In fact, I don't think there ever has been so much regulation of a frontier technology as we have with AI today. We have, by my count, more than 40 regulations at the EU level with direct effect on components, functions, architectures, and uses of AI models. We have many more regulations that apply to companies that market an AI or an AI-inclusive service and product. We have even more generic and technology-neutral laws that apply equally to AI developers and companies. So what is it then that an AI-specific regulation should regulate? Well, it's difficult to say, even for its supporters. Muddled objectives were always the problem with the AI Act. We ended up with a regulation full of abstractions and so complex that few actually understood it. When complex regulation is added to complex technology, the result is usually paralysis. Investment, experimentation, new development, jobs, and economic opportunity, they go away. If you don't believe me, ask the companies that instead have invested elsewhere. Volkswagen and Volvo, EDF or E.ON, or Sanofi and Schneider. Why don't you ask Siemens, which just revealed that its next billion-euro investments in AI will happen in America because of regulatory burdens and complexities here. 2 days ago, Siemens CEO, together with business leaders from Airbus, ASML, Ericsson, Mistral, Nokia, and SAP, published a wake-up call in several European newspapers pointing to how companies in Europe face stifling, unnecessarily complex and often overlapping rules that slow technological progress in Europe. And they write, "Nowhere is this more visible than in the digital domain. More than 3 years after the ChatGPT moment, Europe is still debating regulation, while others have long shifted focus to scaling AI in physical systems and robotics. We must ensure we do not regulate ahead of innovation, but rather shape the standards of tomorrow by building and deploying." End quote. I think they are right. Premature and poorly designed AI regulation have reduced our opportunity to grow through new technology, the best equalizing force there ever has been in the economy. Second, we need better policies for the opportunities with AI to become real opportunities. For instance, massive spending by firms and governments to upgrade skills, organizations, infrastructure, and security. Likewise, the risks with AI can only be managed by more development and good policies. There are many risks with AI that I worry about, but none of them can be regulated away. Think again about AI as a city. There are many risks with living in a city, but the greatest source of risk, well, it's actually other people. Acting on their own, often with good intentions, sometimes with malign motivations. Evolutionary biologists will tell us that the danger with the human species was managed by more humans. In free societies, Bad sociability, online or offline, is managed by more sociability. In history, technology risks were relieved by more technology. And therefore, risks with AI, I think, will require more AI. So we need better policies, and we need to constantly adapt other laws and regulations to make them fit for an AI age, for instance, in cybersecurity. But there is no AI regulation silver bullet. There is no one ring to rule them all. If AI is like a city, there will be AI like Paris. There's also going to be AI like Parma, Poznan, Padua, Potsdam, Palermo. What I think we should have instead is agile, adaptive, and anticipatory governance, not rigid, tech-specific regulation. And finally, we should support the new and not protect the old. We all know that we are behind on technological progress, partly because we fear the consequences of technology and change. Our workers use AI less than in America. We are slower building AI endowments in our labor force. Our productivity, therefore, grows slower, and as a result, our income development is poorer. There are several factors behind this, but one is that Europe has regulated technology harder, deeper, and faster than others. We therefore use it less, and that is the greatest risk of all when we're stepping into new technological modernity. We should now change policy for the better. Moderation in all things, less is more, keep it simple, and please join me in opposing this motion. Thank you.
And once again, bang on time, Fredrik Eriksson. Thank you so much. I must say you've both made very compelling arguments, and I've seen people nodding along to both sides of the coin. And now, as promised, Marietje Schaake, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. Well, I thought this was a great expose, and I heard things like Brussels is a super regulator, it's, you know, high on regulation, but last time I checked, this is no longer the case. The winds that are blowing in this city are of deregulation, or as it is now labeled, simplification. There's this omnibus that is also touching tech rules, and the whole name of the game is to promise that deregulation will boost the digital single market, will boost our competitiveness, and will put us back on track to the levels of where the the US and China are. And I wish it was that simple. I wish indeed that we could take a surgical knife and just cut around all these annoying pieces of red tape and bureaucratic processes and keep the core of what is legitimate about these rules to protect people's rights, or to protect fairness in the economy, or to make sure that companies have some obligation to actually deliver safe products. But we all know that with excessive lobbying, and I don't even know the latest number, but every year the record of lobby spending by tech companies gets broken again and again. This lobbying power will be unleashed on the omnibus, but we will also see the result of messy political negotiations that lead me to believe that it won't be the beautiful result of some surgical cutting, but that it could actually be a pretty messy alternative to what people are considering messy now. But there's another challenge to the EU stepping into the notion of needing to deregulate right at this moment. Because of course we have the White House barking at us, threatening us, pushing us as Europeans to cut the rules, in fact challenging the very legitimacy of the European Union to regulate at all. So if ever you wanted proof that it is doing something to cut back the excessive power of tech companies, I think this pushback is a signal. But I think it is politically unwise to double down on this notion of deregulation right at the moment when you're under threat. In fact, it could be a distraction, an important distraction from what we also need to do. I want to come back to that in the end, but I want to tackle another point that Eric made, which is that it is difficult to understand what should be specific AI regulation. And the notion that sectoral regulation, just adding on a layer of AI, can do what is necessary. And I don't think it is that difficult to understand where specific challenges of AI lie. Just listen to experts or listen to the CEOs of companies. People who talk about the risks of AI disagree on a whole bunch of things. Which risks should prevail, those in the short term or long term, the magnitude of risks, is AI going to wipe out humanity or is it responsible for disinformation? But nobody of the experts that I know on AI disagrees that there is risk of the use of AI. And so having specific rules around safety, as the EU AI Act seeks to achieve, are very sensible. Having insight into what the algorithms and settings lead to, so having a better information position from a public interest point of view, so transparency and access to information makes a lot of sense. AI, though, does challenge the way in which we enforce because it is ever-changing, highly individual, and so it's really hard for people to seek redress or to know whether their rights have been violated because the experience changes constantly and the companies are notoriously intransparent. So I think we should not get stuck in the regulation that we knew, for example, sector by sector, but we should think deep and hard about how to innovate our regulatory processes to better match the era of AI. Now, I heard some references to appeals by companies that rules are in their way. And I was like, oh, really? That was also the case before AI was hot. I've heard this endlessly from companies that, you know, they're worried about rules. But I would say the invocation of AI by companies today when they lay off people or when they lobby against rules can be taken with a grain of salt because AI is now used as a justification for everything. We can do things that used to be done on an Excel sheet and call it AI, use social media platforms and call it AI. AI has become the villain or the hero depending on the story that people tell. So to wrap up, I would say that regulation to deal with the trade-offs is an element, but what Europe should really do is build, build, build its own alternatives, its own choice in AI for our citizens, to do it in our own way, not to copy-paste Silicon Valley, not to copy-paste the arguments, and not to believe the AI hype without critical thinking.
Okay, Marietje, thank you so much for that. And now the final 5 minutes to yourself. First, a round of applause, of course, for Ms. Tucker. Not easy to pack that all in just 5 minutes, but you managed. You're both wonderful debaters. And now the last words with yourself, Mr. Eriksson.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make my last spiel for you. So we don't need to take the testimony from individual CEOs or from others. We can look at what different companies in Europe are doing. We can look at strong European sectors, say in automotives, in trucks, in networks, in pharmaceuticals, and we can start to ask questions. Why are so much of their investment in AI not happening here in Europe? Why are they doing it not just in America, but in different places of the world where there is less unpredictability about what rules and regulations that apply? I don't agree at all with Marietje's characterization of the AI Act itself. Strangely, when you're leading a think tank in Brussels, you do get a lot of calls from different companies and people around Europe thinking that I am the one who invented these regulations. And they call me and call others in order to ask, what on earth am I going to do in order to make sure I'm not violating, that I'm on the right side of the law when I'm developing this new technology? And after a while, I started to keep a tally of how many companies that called me and also how many companies that decided to say, no, we're not going to invest here because we just don't know. It's so complex that we cannot make a decision whether we're going to violate the law or if we're going to be on the right side of the law. My tally in March this year was north of 70 companies that I've heard saying basically, we're not going to make these investments. I mentioned this at a conference we were hosting in March, and there was an enterprising man in the audience from the German tech community that went into action afterwards because he didn't trust my number. So he reached out to only the German tech community and asked, how many of you have stopped investments or moved them elsewhere? And I'm going to go into a couple of examples of what they are because of the AI Act. He came back to me with 136 companies, not big companies, small startups, developers that don't have the capacity to put a lot of legal resources in understanding how do I lay up a corporate strategy to make sure I'm going to avoid being on the wrong side of the law. One of them, and many of these companies that are moving, concerns development of AI tools that are going to be measuring you as an individual in different kinds. So they're going to use biometric data, for instance, for educational AI and training educational AI algorithms. They're going to use it, for instance, in autonomous vehicles and understanding how you can use different type of algorithms for defining how you read different expressions of individuals when they're driving a car. The last example I heard was a Swedish company who were developing an app to be used in elderly care centers in order to avoid falling accidents, where they were having cameras trying to develop something to find sort of a pattern solution for avoiding the places where retirees living there, where they usually fell. And they decided to stop that development in Sweden, not to move to America, but to move to Japan with it, because more predictability there. It's going to take time for the for the AI development to unfold. We're not talking about sudden changes which are going to have major disruptions in a short period of time. But we are probably, over the long period of time, talking about things which are pretty fundamental. And even if we have time to adjust to this process, we need to start to build the endowments for this economy now. And we need to avoid slowing ourselves down in generating these endowments in the economy. And those endowments are going to be skilled labor and human capital. It's going to be capital, the capital side's experience of having invested in a lot of new AI startups that are developing new solutions. And it's going to be, of course, companies that build experiences of starting and failing or succeeding in building a company. We need to do that now because there is a strong path dependency in those that goes first. They will also have benefits in the future that are going to be bigger than for those that are trying to catch up afterwards. Let me just end on one example, which is the same month when the EU launched its AI Act, which was in April 2021. That same month, a company called Anthropic, which no one hardly knew the name of back then, did its first round of Series A funding, totaling $124 million. Now, this round was led by a European investor, indeed an Estonian investor, who actually wanted to invest in a European asset, building on the experiences of DeepMind in Europe and the capacities for also Europe to build large language models. Well, he couldn't find that, and he couldn't convince the small company called Anthropic to move into Europe as well, even if that's what he wanted to do. The rest, of course, is history. Now we have a company who is valued at basically $900 billion when they're now doing Series E funding for the company. It has $30 billion of sale annualized rates now, which is more than Europe's largest tech company, SAP. I think it could have happened here unless we had moved so fast and so hard and so deep in trying to regulate AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for both our debaters. And now, the moment of truth. I invite you all once more to go over to Slido and vote once again. Those online, of course, you can join in so we can see how now you feel after having heard all those very compelling arguments. We'll just give you a couple of seconds so you can vote, and then we can take a look. Do you think you managed to sway it?
No.
I think he has. But when I heard him say endowment, I thought he was going to make the case for taxing AI, and that would have been revolutionary, but it was another kind of endowment.
And you touched, of course, on a lot of topics that we deep dived into today here at the BEF. And of course, they're all available to watch back as well on the website. For those of you who missed any of them, you can take a look as well at all those debates. And now, are we ready now? Do we have our results? Oh, there we go. Oh, let's just take a minute to see. Oh, it's going down a little bit. So there you go, isn't that something?
Yeah.
What do you react to that?
Well, I'm glad to see I managed to increase the score a bit, but we don't know how many voted. I mean, how many? 10 or, you know?
No, it's 144. You can see it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is the final answer, I believe. 46% for Frederick Eriksson and 54% for Marietje Schaake. Thank you so much to all of you for voting, and thank you so much to our two formidable debaters. Thank you. And with that, I'm afraid we do have to close now the Brussels Economic Forum 2026, the annual forum for hard talk about the European economy and the challenges and opportunities, of course, that face it. None of this would have happened, of course, without all of you here in the room, so thank you so much for showing up today. Also to all the formidable speakers who've been joining us on stage, all those behind the scenes that you cannot see as well, who've been putting in hours and weeks and months of work to make today a reality. So thank you so much to all of you for making it happen.
Thank you very much for being here with us in the room all day long, for being online. We really appreciate your online presence as well, and all those questions and thoughts and comments that were received on Slido. One final tiny little request before you leave the room or log off. Please scan the QR code on the screen or here in the room, or speak with our conference assistants who will come around with tablets, and do let us know what you think of this event. This way we can make it even better next year. Thank you very much.
One final round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much.